I woke up to the sound of a chimes signaling the end. It was still a bit early for summer, and the cool breeze from the shaded mountain path felt refreshing on my skin. Even so, gradually, I began to sweat, and the strands of hair falling onto my forehead grew heavier. After climbing steadily for about 15 minutes, alternating the occasional descents, I was pretty out of breath, and my legs were stiff by the time I reached the top of the hill. I got off my bike and took a deep breath, filling my lungs. It wasn't a bad workout. Moderate exercise even lubricates the mind's thinking. Ano sa, the park was empty. No one would come to a place like this during the middle of a weekday, I guess. I left my bike and washed my hands and face at the wash station beside the koen. The cool breeze brushed against my wet cheeks. By now, classes must be in session at the Gakuin site. I wonder if anyone will say something about me disappearing without a word. I tried to imagine it, but there's no way I could know for sure what they're thinking about me. While spending hours every day quietly sitting at their desks, what are they really thinking? Or maybe they're not thinking anything in particular. I couldn't imagine it. You don't understand people's feelings. Someone once told me that. I wonder who it was. Something similar had been said to me a few times before. You don't understand people's feelings. I'm sure that's true. But who exactly can truly understand someone else's feelings? Besides, I'm glad. I didn't need to know. I just wanted to see things from the highest possible perspective. I don't want to spend my time in a cramped classroom bothered by pointless human relationships. Who likes who, or dislikes whom? Something far more than that. I wanted to unravel everything in this world, everything in the universe. Back then I thought, the only source of knowledge is experience. All right. Hello and welcome to Aikome. You might be wondering, Oji-san, I thought you were going to play MajoNikki. I was. Until I realized, you know what? Maybe I should just jump to the thing I originally wanted to read. It's the same writer anyway. And I'm just not feeling it. Not gonna lie. I'm just not feeling it. It's fine, guys. But as you can tell from the vibes, this should be familiar to you. So not only that, the music should be also familiar to you. You should be familiar with a whole lot of things here so far. Even the look and feel. Anyway, yeah, so we're gonna get started with Aikome, and yeah. Prologue. Wait, I am still making some adjustments to the hook. Okay. All right, let's try this again. Huh? I woke up to the sound of a chime signaling the end. The classroom suddenly buzzed with murmurs. My classmates were lively, competing to make noise. Was it after school already? Okago? Just as I thought that, the teacher walked in. It seemed there was still one more class left. Chemistry, maybe. Oh no, let me refresh. Class continued. A boring, unmotivated, half-hearted class. A class that went nowhere. I guess I'll sleep a little longer. For a moment, the teacher looked at me as I let out a big yawn. I didn't care, and rested my elbows on the desk, letting my head slump weakly. So sleepy. Today, the sleepiness was especially intense. Wait, let me do something with the configuration. Okay, there you go. Oh yeah, the dedicated Twitter button. What happens if you click? Let me actually check. Oh, it just does a screenshot, you know. Anyway. Oh, you guys don't even see it on your end. Anyway, that's interesting. Today, the sleepiness was especially intense. My head felt heavy, and I had a dizzy sensation. Maybe it's Natsubate or something like that. Natsubate. I think Natsubate or something. My body was gradually sweating. The window was wide open, letting in a cool breeze. It wasn't hot enough to turn on the air conditioner, but the early summer heat lingered in the classroom. My LLM, what are you doing? It's having a hard time with I let myself drift into a strangely sluggish sensation. My LLM, what are you doing? Let me actually check the hook. Oh yeah, Signal's engine problems. Okay, let me continue for now. Oh, I see what's going on. Let me look into a different hook. Well, one way I could do what I was trying to do was do this and do this, then refresh. Okay, let's see if this works. I'm doing some testing. While dozing on, the class had ended. Most of my classmates had already finished preparing to leave and were gone from the classroom. This time, it seemed like after class. And there was no such thing as homeroom for leaving the building. Once the final class ended, everyone would spend their afternoons however they please. I slung my bag over my shoulder and stood up casually. I headed straight for the exit, hurrying toward the school gate. I was going to head home quickly. Once I passed through the gate, a set of stairs led down toward Aikome. After descending the stairs, I walked past the lively outlet mall on my way to the Aikome. Eventually, I reached the front of the Aikome. Department stores, fast food chains, and stylish cafes lined the area. and a movie theater. It wasn't exactly a big city, but it was convenient that most of my needs could be taken care of by just coming to the station area. Today, I didn't have any shopping plans, so I skipped past the commercial facilities and crossed the main street toward the residential area. Heading south from the station, passing by the Koen and the city library, Toshokan, I arrive at a vague residential neighborhood. The town carved out of the mountains was steep and hilly, with pedestrian bridges connecting the hills and high-rise apartments towering between them. It was a planned development, all identical-looking apartment buildings. Similar designs of prefab family homes line the streets. North Hokumakidai. About 30 minutes by private train for central Tokyo. It was a modern city developed about 20 years ago, carved out of the mountains and promoted as an advanced urban area led by global corporations. Though at first glance it was just a dull bedroom suburb. Even if the infrastructure used cutting-edge technology, for those living there it was irrelevant. How many residents spend their days pondering the latest sewage system? Who here envy the government offices operated with a high-performance solar power? Walking through the residential area for about 5 minutes, I arrive at my apartment building. A 3-story modest-sized apartment complex built 20 years ago. The rent was supposedly 80,000 yen a month, but sure, I wasn't the one paying it. I didn't know for sure. Man, I wish my rent was that low. On the first floor, there was a Western-style restaurant operating. Glancing aside, I saw the owner, a woman, who happened to be an OL, chatting and laughing together. Nice. Feeling somewhat hurried, I quickly climbed the stairs beside the building and headed to my second-floor apartment. Tadaima! I put down my things and washed my hands. Facing the desk, I turned on my laptop computer. I skimmed through the news sites. I absentmindedly watched the days of it, both domestic and international, which didn't particularly interest me. Even if it was something completely irrelevant to me, I made sure to keep it in mind for now. I felt like if I didn't do that much, the world and I would easily lose any connection. Well, even if we did, it wouldn't matter. Before I knew it, the room had grown quite dark. The sun was almost completely set. Too lazy to turn on the lights, I kept working at my desk. I got hungry. I stood up once and headed to the fridge. Grabbing the sandwich and orange I brought, I returned to my desk. Munching on the sandwich, I peered at the display. Checking my emails. Nothing of note. I browsed today's news on a massive message board. Today's pointless news was accompanied by equally pointless comments. Same as always, huh? Honestly, I'm sorry for you guys with your only half-baked knowledge. Bored, I threw in a post that deliberately went against the flow of the thread. Where's their evidence? Huh? You're related to this, aren't you? The maggots, basking in their mutual agreement and complacency, were aroused from their slumber and ganged up on me. In an instant, my post turned bright red with downvotes. I mentally crafted a witty retort for them and replied politely. Once again, my post turned bright red with downloads. Bark, bark. Get your face all red and bark away. And you're just in my palm. I got bored. I clicked over to a foreign site. The site, titled Impact Facts, was updated with the latest research articles organized by topic. I skimmed through the updates for the comet topic. Nothing in particular caught my eye. Today, it seemed the world was spinning peacefully without any major events or inventions that would shake things up. That's not a bad thing at all. For a while, I stared blankly at the Yosara without thinking much about anything. Then clouds slowly drifted by, carrying the faint starlight within them. When will people finally understand the truth of the universe? I stifled a yawn. The retort I sent earlier had attracted an unusually large number of replies. I thought about writing something, but it was too much trouble, so I just turned on my computer. The display went dark and the room was enveloped in darkness. Only the faint moonlight shining through the window lit up the room. I lay down on my back and slowly closed my eyes. Behind my closed eyelids, I could see the faint after image of something flickering. It was summer, 20 years ago. A comet fell onto this planet. I remember seeing that comet. It's strange. So this guy's at least 20 years old. Or more. I mean, obviously more, because he remembered. Back then, I hadn't even been... Okay, thanks. All right, bro. Okay, bro. For some reason, the memory of the comet falling from the Yozara remained in my head. The comet arrived on Earth just before I was born. Thanks for repeating. It scattered the mysterious energy across this planet as it fell. And even now, it continues to influence the Earth from the depths of the ocean. And the unknown energy brought a troublesome illness to the people living on this planet. Comet disease. As the name suggests, it's said to be a disease brought by the comet. Thanks for letting me know something I already know. The evidence is that only people born after the comet arrived show symptoms. Or so they say. But surely they didn't just name it that way because it's such a trivial reason. Anyway, ever since the comet arrived on this planet, a strange disease called comet disease has been appearing at the rate of 1 in 10,000 people. Many patients suffer from headaches, dizziness, and paralysis, all symptoms of brain and nervous system dysfunction. And as if it were a side effect, some people had reportedly gained minor abilities. This troublesome, mysterious disease, filled with mystery, arrived from somewhere along with the comet, and it continued to captivate the world's curiosity for 20 years, yet nothing about it has been resolved. That said, there hadn't been any significant change in the world over those 20 years. Even if the strange comet arrived and the strange disease spread, it didn't bring about any major revolution or transformation. The world will continue to spin quietly tonight, and everyone goes to sleep. July 7th. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Let's continue. 7:30. I woke up at the usual time. At the same moment, the alarm set for 7:30 began to ring. It's amazing when you think about it. Waking up at exactly 7:30 every morning without a single second of deviation. I'm sure I wake up in the exact same moment, down to the second. The mystery of our internal clocks. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. Huh? As I got out of bed, I felt a strong dizziness. My head feels a little heavy. I staggered over to the fridge and peeked inside, but there was nothing to eat. I'd run out of bread stockpiles. The nutritional supplements I always keep in hand were always also running low. Oh well, I'll just head out early and stop by the company along the way to grab something to eat somewhere. Before that, sonomai ni, I changed it to my uniform, which I ironed properly. I applied a bit of hair gel to my hair. I checked myself in the mirror. Guess that's about it. Today, the final exam rankings would be announced, and the top performers would have their names posted in the hallway. Honestly, I was feeling lazy about it. If I came in first, of course, my name would be the talk of the students. It's Ayuchi again, huh? Who's this Ayuchi guy anyway? Wait, you don't know him? That Ayuchi. The one I'm talking about. Huh? That guy. That's how it goes. And then stares start gathering. I'm not really conscious of it, but there's a certain way to act when you're in first place. Maybe today I'll pay a little more attention to my appearance than usual. I'm not really conscious of it though. To buy breakfast, I left the house a bit earlier than usual. I didn't think I was being called, but that cheerful voice made me turn around anyway.
Ohayo.
The source of the voice was definitely looking at me. No. Oh, there you go. I felt like I recognized her. All right, she works in the Western-style restaurant in the first floor. At first, I thought it was a adobaito or something, but seeing her running the place alone made it seem like she's either the owner or something similar. She looked pretty young, maybe around college age. And no offense, but she didn't seem like the type who could handle running a shop all by herself. Ohayo. I mumbled my reply.
朝早いんだね。
朝
練かな?
Yeah, it's not that. I was just thinking of stopping by the convenience.
朝ごはん買いに行くの? じゃあさ、朝ごはん食べていく?
Huh? She meant eating at her shop. Is this some kind of sales pitch? Well, I guess it's fine. Maintaining a decent level of neighborhood relations is important. Interesting sprite. Oh yeah. I followed her into the shop. It was my first time entering. From what I could see, there were no customers inside. The woman was briskly putting on an apron and getting ready to work.
コーヒーは飲む?
Hi. I like it.
おっと、アイス?
Ice.
じゃあ、はい、先にコーヒーね。奥巻学園に通ってるんだよね。
She chatted with me while getting started on the cooking.
私あそこの大学生なんだよ。
Oh, really?
今は休学してるけどね。テストは終わったの？そういう時期だよね。
I did. I think the results are being announced today.
そうなんだ。自信のほどはいかがかな？
Well, I'm sure I'll be first place. I tried to say it as casually as possible.
頑張ったんだって。1位？
Ichi. Ichiban.
もうそうじゃなくて？
I wouldn't say something like that.
ごめん。そんなに手応えあったんだ。
Not really. I've been Ichiban before, and the time before that, so, well, if things go as expected.
すごい。お隣にこんなすごい子が住んでいたなんて。
Next door?
そうだよ。部屋、隣。知らなかった？
Yeah. I never even thought about who was living next door. This person, huh?
新田忍です。君は相内くんだよね。
Hi.
よろしく。
Hi.
はい、どうぞ。
The food was brought over. The thick slices of bread were buttered and toasted to golden brown. Alongside was a bowl of scrambled eggs with bacon and honey in a small dish. Man, that's a good breakfast. Finely chopped lettuce was mixed with dressing and topped with cherry tomatoes. I drizzled a little honey over the bread and took a bite. It had a satisfying texture. This is good.
いらっしゃいませ。
A few other customers arrived. They must be regulars. Shinobu-san started chatting cheerfully with the okyakusha. ごちそうさまでした. I stood up and pulled out okane from my saifu.
いいよ。
Huh?
無理やり引っ張ってきたようなものだし、今日はサービスしておくよ。気に入ったならたまに利用して。
Yeah. Muri. I probably wouldn't be coming back anyway. But I handed over 500 yen.
どうも。律儀なんだね。今時しっかりしてる。
It's nothing.
いってらっしゃい。
Shinobu-san came out to the front of the shop and waved her hand lightly. She's a cheerful person. Now that we've become acquainted, will she keep greeting me like this every day? That kind of thing is just annoying. I'll keep it polite, but not too friendly. If I act like that, even someone as dense should eventually figure out to leave me alone. Just enough distance, so they don't take it as hostility. That's the secret to navigating life smoothly. It was my way of swimming in this world. Huh? I felt dizzy. I staggered and sat down on the curbstone. I feel sick. I've been out since this morning. Maybe I started to calm down a bit. That was pretty rough just now. Maybe I should go check it out today. I took out my smartphone and made a call.
北牧大病院休館窓口になります。
Sumimasen. Please call me Goda Sensei for me. Hi. Just tell them it's Aichi Shuta, and they'll know who to connect you with.
やあ、どうしたんだい？
I'm feeling a bit dizzy.
今朝からかい？
Now that I think about it, I've been a bit overworked lately.
か。すぐ来るかい？
Yeah, I'll try going to school first.
わかった。じゃあ放課後に。今日の17時に来られるかい？
Yeah, that works. I hung up the kedai and look out at the passing traffic again. I'm still not feeling well. My vision's ways. People walking by. I tried to keep my mind as blank as possible and kept watching. All right. Let's go. By the time I arrived at the Gakuen site, my mood had improved quite a bit. I straightened up and headed to the entrance. Today was the day for the midterm exam results. The top performer rankings would be posted in the hallway. Who's doing well? This Gakuen site makes sure to publicly acknowledge it. It's a rare tradition these days. And there was a king who had held the top spot since his first year. Right here. It's trivial, really. School exams are just a game to me. The results don't matter at all. But not going would leave a bad impression, so I decided to check it out anyway. I'll just confirm it for the sake of formality. A crowd had already gathered in one corner of the hallway. I walked over with a calm demeanor. The king was about to make his appearance, the Ol-sama. Right in front of the rankings. Now, who's going to take their seat? Arimura Romi versus Ichiban. Huh? Wait, I'm second place? I couldn't help but exclaim, but the girl next to me was visibly startled. This can't be. I'm second place. Second place, Ayuchi Shuta. It was true. I was second. Arimura Romi. Who is she? I feel like I've heard her name somewhere. I must have seen her rank around second in third place before. Whatever. It's fine, really. The exam rankings don't matter anyway. I'm not bothered by it. And... what's this? I feel kind of bad.
相内くんどうしたのかな呆然としてるほらあれじゃないいつも1位だからショックを受けてるとでも2位ってすごいと思うよそう私なんて200位だし
That's way at the bottom.
私はなんと123位
What's going on here?
私たちって似てるでも元気
not 元気じゃない
いや元気出してこうよ
That's not it. It's not that. I feel bad. やばいわこれ行こうって相内くんなんか白目向いてるキモ Don't call me Kimo. うわ、
1位じゃないショックで倒れた。マットが言って倒れた。誰か。
おい、大変だ。相打ちが1位じゃないショックで倒れたぞ。
なんだって。先生、あっちです。相打ち、気を確かにしろ。2位じゃダメなのか。相打ち、2位じゃダメなのか。
うるさい。First place, second place. Is that really another collapse? I thought vaguely in my fading consciousness. Arimura Romi. Her name. I've seen it somewhere before. I'm sure of it. That's right, definitely. On the internet. 20 years ago, a comet flew by. The unknown energy carried by the comet rained down on Earth. It was said to have caused a strange illness. Comet disease. The main symptoms were severe dizziness, headaches, consciousness disorders, and memory loss. In worst cases, death from comas. For some people, it led to psychic abilities. Unfortunately, the only thing I gained from comet disease was severe dizziness and occasional consciousness disorder. In short, I was a patient. Comet disease, or rather a brain dysfunction syndrome believed to be caused by the comets, was it? It wasn't just that this made me spend precious years of my life in the Byoin. I spent a very sensitive period of my life holed up in the Byoin like some kind of recluse. Maybe that's why I don't understand people's feelings. I've been told things like that before. Who was it again? When I woke up, I was in the Byoin.
Yeah.
Beside me, my Oji-san was sitting at the desk. While diligently writing something in the chart, he then looked up and spoke to me.
君が眠っている間に一通りの検査は済ませたよ。
Hi. And then he fell silent. How was it?
君の脳に発生しているノイズがかつてなく強くなっている。
Stronger than ever. So, the worst it's been?
そう思ってもらって構わない。単刀直入に言って、このままでは君の命にも関わる。
That's harsh.
シビアだよ。
Even though I collapsed today, I've been fine. And I'm still am now. If it's that close to the edge, I think I would have been able to live a normal life.
こいつは脳梗塞の一種と思ってほしい。何かしらの前兆はあっても、その直前まで普通に暮らしていたりするものだよ。君の脳もまた、今は通常通りの機能を果たしているが、じきにパンクする瞬間が来る。
When that happens, I'll die?
それはわからないが、最悪、その可能性もある。家族に連絡を入れるべきだというところだが、君の親族といえば僕ぐらいのものだからね。さて、君には選択肢がある。今すぐにでも筑波の病院に移り、我々研究チームの処置を受けるか、もうしばらく様子を見るか。
Your research team? How long would I have to stay there?
それはわからない。1ヶ月かもしれないし、数年かもしれない。
Or even a lifetime.
他ならぬ君の命がかかっている問題だ。気休めは言わない。人知を超えた事態のただ中に君はいる。 この世に確たる水性病への対処方法は存在しない。
My Oji-san's research team had achieved some success in alleviating the common disease. It would be wise to stay hospitalized for a while and wait until my condition stabilizes again. This is not something that can be handled by a local hospital. Though, I don't know how many years it might take. Do you know Arimura Romi?
ん？有村？どこかで聞いたような気もするね。
Before losing consciousness, I remember something about the name Arimura Romi. She's a person who published some interesting papers online. I think she's probably a woman. I heard she's at our Gakuen Sai.
そうか。
I think I'll go meet her.
当てつけのような言い方で悪いが、僕らプロよりもその見も知らぬ少女を。
And this is the result of relying on those so-called professionals for 7 years.
って言いたいな。が、なんといっても君の命に関わることだ。君の信じるようにする以外はない。君がその謎の少女を頼りたいなら、それもいいだろう。でもね、これだけは覚えておいてほしい。君。
Arigato. And then, there's one thing I'd like to ask of you.
なんだい？
If something happens to me, please destroy the data of my computer. My uncle's face softened slightly.
おじとして、いや、男として、その約束は間違いなく果たそう。
Base?
何かあればいつでもかけてくれ。僕の方からも1日に1度はかけさせてもらう。多忙なら折り返しの着信だけ入れてほしい。出られない時は間違いなく30分以内に折り返しをしてほしい。それがない時は僕が君の家に向かい、預かっている合鍵で勝手にお邪魔することになる。面倒だけど頼むよ。君のオナニータイムを邪魔したくない。
Thanks, Uncle. He winked. Sometimes the man throws jokes that are completely unfunny at the most inappropriate moments.
なあシュータ、一つ約束してくれ。その有村ロミという子に見込みがなければ、僕の言う通り入院してほしい。医者としてもおじとしても、君の命が危険にさらされていると知りながら放っておくことはできない。君の不安もわかる。君はすでに多くの時間を治療に費やしてきた。それでも君はまだ若い。また少し人生を休憩するのもありだよ。その先の長い人生のために。
わかった。約束。If Arimura no Romi doesn't seem promising, I'll do as you say. I plopped down on the hospital sofa and clicked my tongue in frustration. Back to life in the Byoin, huh? It's not like I'm having a blast every day, but it's far better than life in the Byoin. Plus, judging how my Oji spoke, there's no telling when I'll be able to come back if I went in again. Honestly, even my life is at risk right now. Life isn't something you can replace. If it comes to that, I guess there's no choice but to be hospitalized. But before that happens, I want to do everything I can first. Arimura Romi. My intuition told me that girl holds the fate of my life in her hands. Matak. To rely on intuition at this point, huh? Well, it's fine. The dizziness and headaches were still intermittent. I had eaten at a family restaurant, but I felt so nauseous that almost nothing went down my throat. I grabbed the vitamin energy drink and sat back down at the table. Then I opened the research paper site. I stared at the papers posted by someone named Arimura Romi. Considerations and common disease. Nothing has been identified yet about factors of common disease. However, she or he had developed a unique approach to common disease. Most of it was based on flimsy evidence and absurd theories. Yet her theories had strange persuasiveness, earning her many followers. I myself was one of those followers who never missed reading her papers. Arimura Romi is at the same school, academy, Gakuin-sai. It's possible that Arimura Romi on the internet is a completely different person from the same name. But even so, it's an unusual name to begin with. Her academic prowess surpasses mine. It's safe to assume she's the same person. Before giving up and accepting light in the Byoin, I wanted to talk to her once. I had this feeling, without any basis, that she could bring something to me. But how would I even find her? I already knew Arimura Romi's class. Her name was displayed next to the test results. Wait, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Class 2A, Arimura Romi. And this is her class. I don't know anyone in this class. Well, not really. Well, I don't know anyone in my class anyway. Alright. Hey.
Hi.
There is an Arimura Romi in this class, right?
誰?
Arimura Romi. She was first place in the test.
あーねえ、有村さんって今日来てる？今日は来てないみたい。というか、来てたことあったっけ？始業式にはいなかった？
What's she like?
どんな子だったかな。
Never mind. Thanks. I quickly left the spot. During lunch break, I ate a fish and rice set meal while summarizing what I've learned. Her name is Arimura Romi. She's enrolled in Class A. She was absent today, or rather, almost always absent. That's all. Not much useful information there. Still, at the very least, Arimura Romi definitely exists in this Gakuin-sai and occasionally shows up, though rarely. As expected, it seems she's a real person. Huh? The students from the class that ran late were starting to arrive, and the cafeteria was getting crowded. During lunchtime, the one-story section of the two-story cafeteria is reserved for academy students. Well, the second floor is for university students. Oh, so this is one of those ladder schools. Okay, interesting. The first floor was already mostly filled with students in their school
こ
uniforms.
こいいですか？
Suddenly someone called out to me. A group of 4 girls was standing there. They were looking at my table as if they wanted to say something. Nani. It's not like they're inviting me to join them, right? I'll be odd one out. They probably want me to move so they can sit together in the 4-person table. There was some space at the corner seats. I ignored them. There's no law against sitting alone in the 4-person table. Eventually, the girls muttered something and walked away.
おい
Huh? This time, a group of about 4 guys were standing there. Seriously, one after another.
お前一人だろ
And what about it?
一人で食ってるならカウンター席か二人席に行けよ
Is there some rule for that?
マナーの問題だ
Manner. Can you write manners in English?
はそれが何か関係あるのか
Nah, I just don't think you could. Just a hunch.
こいつ何
相打ちだよ。
相打ち誰
なんかいつも試験で1位取ってて有名じゃん。この前2位でショックで倒れたらしいけど。
何それダサいな
So, what place are you in?
はい俺の順位が何か関係あったか
My rank doesn't matter either, right?
どけって言ってんだよ連れもいないくせに4人席を占領してる兄くん
What?
お待たせ。
あ
Suddenly, an unfamiliar female student sat down in front of me.
いただきます。
She started eating a towering stamina bowl. This guy just randomly gets random women just being friendly to him. Her design kind of reminds me of... Never mind for now. A stamina bowl don is a popular dish with white rice, pork, and half-boiled egg on top. Something that'll give you energy. Normally it's ginger pork, but okay. When it's L size, extra large. Why is it L size, extra large? Why is it not LL? You know? I don't know why they don't use XL. They use LL in Japan. Anyway, this is a weird translation here. Maybe it is it's LL, but for some reason it says no. There is only one L in the actual word. Why is it L size and then extra large? I don't know. It's piled high in a ramen bowl, and only someone with a messed up society center could eat that. The girl who looked like she had an average build started eating the extra large stamina don, as if it were nothing.
なんだよ連れがいたのか
行こうぜ。
What's your deal?
何って食事してるだけ。空いてるからいいでしょ。
Just like how there are no rules against me occupying the spot alone, there wasn't a rule against her joining me. The girl continued eating in silence. The towering stamina don was gone in no time.
ごちそうさま。
After finishing her meal, she quickly left somewhere. I guess I should head out too. Guess today was a bust after all. I don't know how much time is left, but my precious day is coming to an end. I still feel dizzy.
君の脳もまた今は通常通りの機能を果たしているが、じきにパンクする瞬間が来る。
According to Oji-san, it wouldn't be strange if everything ended right now. In that case, I should just...
あゆちくん。
Huh? Nita-san came out of the shop. I gave her a slight nod.
顔色悪いよ。疲れてる？
Do I?
大丈夫？
平気。
何か食べていく？ちゃんと栄養とってるの？
そつくい。
ん？
いや。Thank you, but I'm really fine.
そっか。
There was a lot on my mind. I don't have time to chat with a carefree neighbor next
ちゃ
door.
んと食事とるんだよ。
She turned her back and waved as she left the spot. Still, sitting at my desk, I couldn't come up with any good ideas. To begin with, the dizziness was so intense that I couldn't think straight. I carried my laptop to the bed and lay down while staring at the screen. Since I was going to waste time anyway, I headed to the wasteland of a massive message board. On the board, people were engaging in heated discussions about celebrity affairs that had nothing to do with their own lives. It was as pointless as ever. Normally, I'd spend a precious drop of my time here and leave some enlightening replies. But I didn't have the heart for it today. I just idly watched the peaceful, carefree exchanges. Somehow, I shared a lot with these people over the years. I totally understand. I'm there forever anyway. Tomodachi. I wrote that without any context. I might die. An hour later, I opened the internet. My post had no replies at all. It usually got tons of responses. The keyword, I might die, suddenly stamped into the news about Northern Territory negotiations was brilliantly ignored. Tomodachi. It didn't matter. Anyway, I had to find Arimura Romi. Ooh, July 9th. You know the thing about the Signos engine? The transition between days. You know, you can see that when you're playing Summer Pockets and you're like, I've seen this transition before. Well, anyway. Though I was doubtful, I still went to visit Romi's class today. Hey, got a minute?
何？
Is Aribara-san here today?
誰？知ってる？
有村だろ？テストの時来てたぞ。
本当かよ。ずっと見ないからやめたのかと思ってた。
すごい自然にテストを受けてたぞ。
Do you know anyone who's close to her?
さあ。
It seems she had almost no interaction with the class. Maybe I should ask the teacher instead of the students. The homeroom teacher is here.
珍しいの？
And this sensei was the one who said something weird when I collapsed. Judging from her sweaty gym clothes, she's probably the PE teacher. PE teachers are the kind of people who trade their intelligence for physical ability. Like they sold it to the devil or something. I'd rather not get involved with them though.
もう病気の方はいいのか？
Hi. Do you know Arimura Romi?
何？もちろん。どうしたんだ？有村に何の用だ？
I have something I want to ask her. Where is she?
それが授業に出てこないのだ。テストの時はいたんだがな。ほどほど困っていてな。
Could you give me her address or something?
なんだ？どうした？理由によるぞ。
Well, it's just...
ちょっとなんだ？
すみません。
相打ち？どうしたんだ？
Yeah. Yeah. Right. They're not gonna give out personal information. What should I do now? Huh? A message? Who's this from? Who is it? The sender field shows nothing. It's an unknown address. The subject line is blank too. Probably just spam, but... I heard you were looking for me. My name is Arimura Romi. I'm in the Science Special Investigations room. If you have business with me, please come. This is... Arimura Romi. She's the one who reached out to me. If I've been searching so openly, it wouldn't be strange for her to find out. Honestly. The Science Special Investigations room? Is that even a thing? At least, I never used it. And theirs is the science lab, but that's not it. Could it be... On a whim, I opened the school's official website. I scanned through the club activity listings there. Science Special Investigations Club. It's here. And there's no science club, but there is a Science Special Investigations Club. Though it seems like it used to exist at one point. According to the page's description, it's currently disbanded. But does that mean the club room is still there? So, where is this club room? I see. The club building. At the edge of the school is a building called the club building, where club and circle rooms are clustered together. It's a fairly noisy and sweaty place since all clubs from both the university and the Hokumaki Dai Academy gather there. I had never had any connection to such places, so I never set foot in it even once. Science Special Investigations Club. It's on the second floor. Oh. Yeah. It's definitely there. At the end of the second floor, just marked on the school map, was a club room with a sign that read Science Special Investigations Club. Is Arimura Romi here? Well then, let's go in. What am I even nervous about? I placed my hand on the doorknob and turned it slightly and pushed the door open. And then it seemed to be locked. Let's go. This place. Is this the Science Special Investigations Club room? It was a mess, with things scattered everywhere. It felt like some kind of cultural club, but it didn't exactly scream science. More than that, though, I couldn't help feel a sense of nostalgia. What was that? Maybe I've seen something similar on TV or somewhere else. Wait, remember that the comet disease also includes memory loss? Anyway. Oi. I'm here. There was no response. No presence either. It was clearly empty. Come on, seriously? Was I just being pranked? Huh? Something was ringing. A phone? Mine? The caller's name was displayed on the screen. Arimura Romi. Huh? Mate. I didn't register anyone with that name. Why is it showing up? Besides, how did she even get my number in the first place? Could it be some kind of prank? Did someone know I was looking for Arimura Romi? Yeah, there's no way anyone would go that far. I tapped the screen with a trembling finger. Moshi moshi.
はじめまして。
A woman's voice came true. Who the hell are you?
有村ロミです。
Arimura Romi. I don't know if that translation earlier was correct. I think it's not. Something felt weird about that.
私を探し回っているとか。
Ah,
何か用ですか。
well... The conversation over the phone was a bit too outlandish. But I couldn't let this opportunity slip away. I steeled myself and spoke up. I want you to help me.
あなたを。どういうことでしょうか。
I have Comet's disease, a pretty severe case. Modern medicine can't treat it. And before summer break even starts, I'll likely end up in the Byoin like this. I read your paper in the Comet's disease. And in it, you suggested the cause of the Comet's disease isn't in the brain, but somewhere else. That's what you argued. Wait, what's Comet's disease in Japanese? Ryusei no Byoki. Anyway, that might be a wrong translation. Anyway. Yes. No matter how much researchers investigated, they couldn't find the cause of the comet's disease. All we knew was that since the comet arrived, a mysterious illness had spread, but no one could find its cause. Even though most of the brain's function had already been explained, comet's disease remained shrouded in mystery. And Arimura Romi, in her paper, she suggested the cause wasn't in the brain, but somewhere else. If that's true, then could it mean we can theorize about the mechanism of comet's disease and how to treat it? And at the end, you said, then, can you teach me that treatment method?
私の仮説は何一つ実証されていない仮説の上の仮説です。
Oops. Comment in Japanese is suisei. I was like, suisei. Anyway, that's wrong. Anyways, I was thinking so.
私個人による研究であり、何の後ろ盾もありません。
Even so, it doesn't matter.
話は大体わかりました。一点、あなたに聞きたいことがあります。本当に私の仮説にかける覚悟があなたにあるのですか？
That's why I've been looking for you.
なぜ会ったこともない私の仮説を信じるのですか？あなたの命がかかった問題なのに。
どうして？
日々研究は進んでいます。今わからないことも明日には解明されているかもしれない。大人たちは大きな到底個人ではかなわないようなシステムの中で研究を進めています。私よりもそちらに望みを託す方が現実的に思えます。
No. I know that reality all too well. I spent years in the Byoin. That's why I know reality so well. It's impossible, really. No one could save me. They say they're doing their best, but in reality, they're just lost. All they care about is being able to say they've done everything they could. I wouldn't trust my one life to someone like that. It's true. They build massive and complex systems. They might be far more rational and progressive than individuals like you. But Oyaji never says he trusts me. He only ever says he trusts us. He trusts the systems they build, that's all. But I don't want to place my last hope in those systems. Because it's about me. I know for sure. If I fail here, I probably won't be able to return to a normal life ever again. At worst, I'll die. Even if it's just empty talk. I want to reach for the sky with my own hands and die. And my intuition, or perhaps my tamashi, is telling me to bet on you. On someone I never even met. Please, give me your strength.
なるほど。確かに私が持つ仮説に基づいてあなたの手助けができるかもしれません。ただ、先ほども言ったように私の仮説には何一つ実証結果がありません。そんなものにあなたがかけようというのなら私は協力させてもらいましょう。
本当に？
ただし条件があります。
What is it? Money? I've got some.
私を信用してください。
Huh?
どんな理不尽だと思われる指示を与えられたとしても私を信じてください。それが条件です。
わかった。I'll accept that condition. Help me, please help me.
ではこれからあなたの治療を始めましょう。私からあなたに指示を与えます。この部屋に科学特捜部を創設してください。
Huh? What are you talking about? Science investigation unit. Create a club? Wait, what does creating some science investigation unit have to do with saving my life?
それをあなたに説明するつもりはありません。
What the hell? Hey, hold on. My life is on the line here. What's with that attitude?
私の命ではありませんから。
What a harsh way to put it. She's definitely got a bad personality. I heard a small sigh from the other end of home.
しょうがありません。少し 補足させていただきます。私が説明しないのは何も面倒だからとか意地悪をしたいわけじゃありません。説明した時点で私のあなたに対する治療は意味をなさないものとなります。だからこれはあなたのためなのです。すでにあなたへの治療は始まっている。そう思ってください。これ以上この件について私は一切の説明をいたしません。あなたはただ私の指示に従うこと。あなたは先ほど言ったはずです。私にかけると、その覚悟があると。
Well, even so, this is.
私は会ったこともないあなたのために力になろうとしています。ならば、あなたが会ったこともない私を信じるのも理不尽な話ではないと思われます。
That's right. 確かに。I decided to bet on her. Guess I had no choice.
科学特捜部の創設にあたり、あなたを含め5人の部員を集めてください。
Gather 5 people? What's that about? Why 5?
それがこの学園におけるクラブ活動発足についての規定だからです。
ああ、そうか。
そこにさらに条件を付けさせてもらいます。その中の一人はあなたの学年における成績最下位の生徒を選ぶこと。
何？ The student with lowest grades? Why on earth?
もう一つ、その中の一人はあなたが一目惚れした相手を入れること。
Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Someone have fallen in love at first sight. There's no one like that.
だったら見つけてください。
Someone, you say?
どの部員についても相内秀太以外による勧誘を認めません。
So.
私からは以上になります。見事科学特捜部を設立したとき、再び会いましょう。
Hey, Sato. Let's meet again. We haven't even met yet.
最後に、私の見立てでは、あなたに残された時間はそう多くない。急いだ方がいいでしょう。
Nani? Estimation? What did she mean? Why is this girl, whom I just met, or rather, haven't even met, giving me an estimation? Just, who are you? The line cut off. Before we continue, I already suspect that, remember that one of the sentences of comment as he is losing memories. I bet he already met this person before. This is just like a continuation of whatever they talked about. I don't know, man. Damn it. I don't get any of this. I made contact with Erimura Romi, but the instructions you gave me were pretty strange. What on earth is going on? Calm down. If anything, there's more positive material than negative. I made contact with this Arimura Romi person, and it seems she has some idea of treating me. What had seemed like grasping at clouds now felt much more tangible. But still, I scratched my head. Start a club. According to the school regulations, they'll need at least 5 members, including myself. Wait, does Arimura Romi even count as one of those? From the way she spoke, it seemed like she didn't. Well, that's fine. What's troublesome is the conditions attached to it. The student with lowest grades. I could probably figure that one out somehow. What's really tricky is this condition about falling in love at first sight. There's no way I'd find someone like that, and even if I did, it wouldn't be easy to convince them. Not only at first sight. I've never been in love with anyone before. Ari Muraromi said it. That I don't have much time left. I'm not sure if it means a few months or just a few days. Either way, I should hurry. I'll take action right away. The lowest grades in the first sight thing can wait for now. I thought about the remaining 2 club members. Someone I could probably invite. No, not really. Maybe anyone would do. I glanced at the girl sitting next to me in class. She was fiddling with her ketai. We never really talked before.
何
And there's a science investigation club.
科学特捜部があるの？なんで？
Anyway. And there is.
うん。
Want to join?
誰が？
Never mind.
ん？
I guess I picked the wrong person to talk to. Someone with a more lively vibe. Like that cheerful guy. Tokorozawa-kun, was it? He's always talking to someone, but right now he's alone fiddling with his phone. Oi. I walked over and called out to him. He looked at me with such a surprised expression.
よう、何？
And there's the... I already forgot the Japanese science Kagak something. Anyway, the science investigation club.
科学特捜部？何それ？すごい楽しそうじゃん。上がるな。特捜とかかっこいいじゃん。
Kagakta Totsobu. Totso and Boo. Boo is club. Kagakta. Anyway. Right? I don't think it's cool though. Want to join?
いいね。
Nice.
さ、俺ら今度パーティーやるんだわ。アゲアゲなやつ。
Party?
相打ちも来ないか？
A party. I imagine a large table surrounded by many people, all wearing triangular. He's such a dork. He's such a dork. What are these kids doing at their age? Sure.
じゃ、この参加券よろしく。
This?
ちなみに参加費5000円な。
5,000 yen? Don't mess with me.
何が？俺もお前のクラブに入るから交換条件じゃん。お互いアゲアゲ。
No thanks.
なんだよ。
I should probably think this through a bit more. Besides, someone who's already in the club is out of the question. Maybe I should target homebody types. Go home club. I stood by the school gate, watching students heading home. He literally did that. He's so desperate. Well, I mean, he's dying, so I totally understand. Honestly, I couldn't tell who was a homebody and who wasn't. I guess it's the ones who seem like they're just wandering around. Yo,
なんですか？
do you like science?
科学ですか？
Kagaku.
好きといえば好きかな。
Ja, how about joining the Kakaku? I forgot.
それはごめんなさい。
Really?
僕もういいですか？すいません、急いでるので。
and then work out. All right, Suki. That idle-looking girl over there. Oi.
なんですか？
The moment I heard she was scared. What about joining the Kagaku investigation club?
治安発生。
Huh?
賢そうな男子が女子生徒を部活に勧誘する治安発生。それぐらい許してやれよ。賢そうならいいだろ。治安発生。ごめんな。こいつ人見知りで。ほら行こうぜ。
After that, I tried talking to a few more people, but the results were disastrous. It's impossible. Just randomly approaching them isn't working. I need to follow up with someone I know. There's no one here. Why don't I have any friends? I ended up overthinking it. I'm tired. There's zero progress. It was ridiculous from the start to try recruiting strangers into a club like that. Something more casual, like the tea ceremony club. Maybe I have been willing to give it a shot. But the Kagaku club? You'll probably just end up being a test subject or something. I wouldn't think that. Even if I vented at the sky, it felt pointless. Isn't there even one person? Someone I know? Wait a second. Hokumakidai Academy has an affiliate at the university. They share some facilities like the cafeteria and library. Toshokan. There's a system for students to move between clubs and circles between the university, the Hokumakidai Academy. Sumari, as fine as someone from the university joins the Kagaku Chosa Bu. If I think of it as a university student, there is one person who comes to mind. Someone who might actually agree if asked.
いらっしゃい。あれ、相内くん。
You know what? When he mentioned about like the whole affiliates university thing, I guess it kind of makes sense for her. Anyway, because I don't know, man. Yo, I'll have an iced coffee.
はいはい。
Nita-san is a university student, right?
そうだよ。
Is it okay to work here while being a student? That's it.
大丈夫じゃないかも。だから休学してるんだ。
Oh, hiatus, huh? Well, she's still registered, so joining a club is possible. Do you belong to any circles or something?
お店もあるしね。
Soka. Well, how should I put it? Sounds like a lonely Loli, what? Anyway.
寂しくないよ。お店楽しいし。
Sabishi. Anyway. Really? I think it's Sabishi.
なんなの？
Go man. I mean, someone I know is looking for club members. The Kagaku Chosaku. So I was wondering if you'll be interested.
私、大学生なんだけど。
Yeah, that's not really an issue. Or I say, in fact, it'll be welcome, so. Nita-san, why would you join the Kagaku Chosa...
科学特捜部とな。
Tokusobu. Okay, Tokuso is a different word. Okay, what does Tokuso mean? What is it translated? Give me a second. Something that piqued my curiosity about something. Okay, now I remember. Now I know why I had a different translation earlier from Tokso is special investigation. I only searched for investigation, so Kagaku Tokso. Okay.
私、数学とか苦手でね。
You'll see when you look into it.
見てもわからないと思うぞ。そこに勧誘してくれてるんだよね。半端に参加するのも変だし、だからごめん。
I mean, you could be a ghost member. そっか。
ごめんね。
Yeah, it's fine.
何か困ってるの？
I'm fine.
よくわからないけど、部員を探してるんだよね。
Well,
直接誘うのが難しいなら、募集広告を出してみるとか。
an ad. 確かに、that might work. そっか。July 10th. I'm looking at the painting behind. Life isn't worth living for someone else. What the fuck is this? Anyway. So about that. I tried making one in a hurry last night. I stayed up all night creating the data. All that's left was to take it to a print shop near the station, Aikome, and had to make a poster on site. I stared at the image. Is this good or bad? No idea. I didn't have the courage to just suddenly plaster it everywhere. Maybe I'll ask someone for their opinion. So I showed the image to Nita-san.
これは。
Well, it's a quick and dirty job done in one night. That said, I know this is my own opinion, but it's decent.
こういう仕事してるから、広告とか触れる機会が多いし、ちょっと偉そうな意見言わせてもらうね。
Stover, man. どうぞ。
これじゃあ、必要事項をただただ書き連ねているだけだよね。
What else is needed besides that?
もっと人を引きつけるデザイン性とか、キャッチコピーとか。
I'll be in trouble if someone just came in with the wrong impression. No, I mean, I said it would be a problem.
すごい真面目に科学特捜部やる気なんだね。その知り合いさんは。
Idiot. Seems like it.
まあ、とりあえずこれを貼ってみたら？
Yeah, that's a good idea. For now, let's just put this ad up. In the meantime, I'll look for someone with conditions attached. The lowest grades and... Love it for... Why is it one night stand? It was correct as like... Love at first sight. Why is it... Why is it translated as one night stand? I stared at Nita-san. Well, I guess you could say her appearance is well proportioned.
何かな？
Now you look like a now you look like a pervert. なんでもない. Love at first sight. That's not happening. Why is it now one night stand? Why is my LLM hallucinating? Let me retranslate this. There's no way. My OCR, you're not working. It's not a one night stand thing. Thanks. My LLM. I was just sticking up the freshly printed poster I had made at the print shop earlier on the student bulletin board. Wait, normally you need to get like permission from the student council, right? Anyway, technically I needed permission from a teacher, but it's too much trouble, so whatever. Then don't be surprised if someone from the teacher or like the student Setokai just removed the poster. That is a very famous plot point in many VNs. Given the time of year, there weren't any club postings, recruitment notices on the bulletin board anyway. The sudden appearance of the mysterious Kagaku Tokusaibu's recruitment notice stood out quite a bit. Uncover the truth of the world. Kagaku Tokusobu recruiting new members. Sorry, it's taking me a while to get used to saying it. Sorry, I had to remove a jacket. It's so hot. Why is it suddenly hot? Not bad. Simple yet clear, and still grandiose. No, that's your ego. With this, maybe some curious person will contact me. In that case, even if I manage to recruit a few people, there's still the weirdly conditional member waiting in the wings. The lowest grades and love at first sight. One night stand. I glanced around the classroom. Most of the classmates are people I've seen at least once, right? So far, I'm not interested in anyone. She's not in this class either. So she's not in this class either. By the way, bold of you to assume it's a she. It's a she. Besides, isn't falling in love at first sight just something from movies? Or rather, it's just for the sake of plot convenience. No, man, it happens for real. You just haven't seen the person you feel like that. What a completely incomprehensible condition.
なあなあ、相内さ、科学特捜部って何よ？
Huh?
廊下のあれ、貼ったの相内なんだろ？
It seems like the advertising is already working. Well, someone actually noticed. Well, I don't really know much about it either.
知らないってなんだよ。お前が作ったんだろ？
Well, excuse me. Well, yeah, but
特捜部ってかっこいいよな。
yeah, it does. I know. If you're interested, do you want to
い
join?
や、入るわけないでしょ。意味わからんし。
I ripped off the notice off the wall with all my might. What a waste of time. Damn it.
おい、掲示物を破くな。
Well, I put it up without permission, so I'm turning it down without permission.
おい。
Shut up. Oh wait, maybe the shut up should have started first, but it's like, you know.
いや、入るわけないでしょ。意味わからんし。
I'm the one who's talking here. I kicked a utility pole and my leg went numb. And now I just left early at the worst possible time. In the end, without finding anyone, I headed into the weekend break. The fact that tomorrow was a school holiday felt oddly relieving. You could obviously tell he got pissed off because it's someone who misunderstood, who doesn't understand him or something like that. You know how in the beginning it was like the beginning opening whatever was like it was him being someone who couldn't understand other people. I guess he takes that into heart or something. I don't know, man. Even though, logically speaking, this wasn't the time to feel relieved. What a waste of time. Somehow, it was getting annoying. Am I being played? Like, go recruit members. Or something about falling in love at first sight. All these demands that aren't even remotely scientific. When asked for a reason, she said that she couldn't explain it. Somehow I feel like I'm being toyed with like a lab rat. Scientists are the kind of people who don't even think of others as human beings. Maybe I should just quit. This whole thing is ridiculous. Either way, my future's either dead or alive in the Byoin. Isn't there something more important to do with the little time I have left? If I just live a normal life, how much would I have learned by now? Maybe, in the time left, I should focus on activities that at least satisfy my intellectual curiosity. That's it. I'll give up. Then let me use the little time left for something more noble. If I keep going like this, it'll just be another long hospital stay or worse, death. There must be a more meaningful way to spend my time. Tatoeba. A certain kind of curiosity had begun to grow inside me. I wanted to try something called sex. It wasn't a vulgar interest. It was purely an academic curiosity. Whatever, bro. Dying without knowing about sex, one of the most fundamental human activities related to procreation, felt like a waste. People say that one act can completely change your worldview. Maybe there's some truth hidden in that I don't know about. I'm interested in sex. In an academic sense. That's right. I'll give up. Instead, I'll learn what I need to know and head back to the old man's place. But with whom? Bro, just have sex. Thanks, Abe-san. The next morning, I was wandering around the internet from early in the day. First time having sex. Methods. I was searching for anything under unsettling keywords like that. Here's how I had my first time. Pickup, huh? Can someone who can't even gather club members pull up pickups? Real deal. Okay, adult entertainment shops. Seriously, is this cute girl really okay with a real thing? Just 20,000 yen? Is that even true? Wait, they're Photoshop, right? Obviously. Even if you factor in the editing, this is amazing, isn't it? No, wait, that's not it. That's not what I meant. My curiosity is about that kind of thing. Then, what is it? Before I knew it, the sun was starting to set. What have I been doing? Spent the whole day just learning how to have his first sex. I wasted my precious remaining time on something so pointless. Maybe I'll grab some food. I was incredibly hungry. Even walking the company felt like a hassle. Just then, an enticing smell wafted up from the shop downstairs. I was at my limit.
あれいらっしゃい
Hey. Wait, is this right? Are you okay, Daijobu? What the hell? Anyway, from the looks of it, there were no other customers. It was late, so maybe they were about to close up shop.
大丈夫だよ
Daijobu.
で実は閉店10分前だけど
It's that one guy. It's that one guy. The one guy. Ah, Sokka. Sorry about that.
いいからいいから好きなとこ座って
He's in. when the restaurant staff are like okay with you spending 10 minutes before closing, you're in. I sat down at the counter and opened the menu. I never properly eaten here before, aside from the morning service. What's on the menu? Moonview hamburger steak. Rated Japanese Wafu style hamburger steak. Cheese hamburger steak. What is Moonview? What the fuck? Is that a super mistranslation? I see the word moon. Isn't it all just hamburgers? I'll have the Moonview hamburger steak set meal.
はいありがとうございますちょっ
Suki.
と待ってね
Wait, maybe if you turn it into Japanese, it will make sense. It's like a pun. Suki. What the hell is view in Japanese? Anyway, let's. I can imagine she'll repeat the words just to say your orders here. Itadakimasu.
今日はどこか出かけたの
No, they didn't repeat it. Oh well. Huh? Yeah, I was just studying in my room.
さすが
What are you studying about, bro?
でも一日部屋にこもってると気がめいったりしない
Depending on what he studied, though. Well, not really.
そういえば相内くんの部屋ってどうなってるの多分うちより広いよねうちは 1DK だけど一部屋多いよね
I get it. You're rich because of your Oji-san. Mine's 2LDK.
何平米
I think it's around 50.
50? すごい一人で住むには広いよね
Big flex. Is it? I never really thought about it before.
どんな感じの部屋なんだろう
Well, But Sue, I guess.
へえ。
Huh? Huh? Is she trying to invite me over? What the hell? Bro, where did you come up with that idea? Is it just my imagination? Kinoseka? Yeah. If you'd like.
何？
Want to see Mary?
うん。
It feels like he has obviously a different intention in mind, and she was just probably just randomly curious. Nothing, no meaning involved. Yeah, never mind. I just thought.
いいの？うん、見てみる。
Huh? Is she serious? Kiku? According to what I read online, a woman coming to your room basically means it's okay. Well, this is an anime, so I'm not surprised. I mean, compared to the alternative VN I read, but at least in the other VN we're reading, MajoNikki, at least we know that guy is a suave Giga Chad. So, in fact, not making a move would be considered rude or something. That Yuri definitely makes sense logically. Even so. Even I was nervous at the sudden okay sign. But she's been really kind to me after all. So maybe it's always been like that. A lonely college student with pent-up desires. Oh, there. So assuming, bro. Something like, I'm gonna sneak a taste of the cute girl next door. Kiku. Sneak. I'll let you. Wait, what the fuck? どうぞ。
お邪魔します。拝見していい？
Feel free to look around whatever you like. Whatever you like.
おー、間取り広っ。洗面所もうちより広い。
Big flex.
ごめん、洗面所なんか勝手に見てよかった？
Feel free to check around and check anywhere.
じゃあ、お風呂ちらり。
Why is she glancing in the bathroom? Is she planning to use it? Is that it? どうぞ。
おー。
I quickly check on my cat eye. Sexual advances. How to handle cringe. This is cringe. Oh my god, I'm getting secondhand embarrassment reading this. Even such a ridiculous search brought up plenty of results. I feel like I'm seeing the suffering of men in this world. They say, when the mood is right, gently place your hand on her shoulder and pull them closer. Oh man. Oh man. I'm getting the secondhand embarrassment so bad. If they resist, don't force anything, but also don't back off. Just keep looking at them intently. If they look back without doing anything, that's a sign of consent. Besides, being alone in the room with her is basically an okay sign. Yeah. It's pretty much an okay sign, isn't it? I searched for good. None of the songs were familiar. Maybe this one.
ありがとう。じゃあ、そろそろ、失礼。
Oh man, I can't read. I feel like I'm gonna cringe so bad. What the fuck, man? Oh man, I'm sweating here, man. This is so bad. This is so bad. The second-hand embarrassment is so strong.
どうしたのいきなり。今の声何？
Yeah. I randomly picked one, and then a mysterious moan started playing. How is this supposed to create a good mood? It just started playing out of nowhere. This thing's a piece of junk. I'll give up on the music. I don't even know what a good mood is supposed to be like. Maybe it's about the scent. The scent? What do you mean the scent? There was air freshener in the bathroom, right? I hurriedly grabbed it and sprayed it all over the room. What, bro? Slowly, the scent of lavender began to fill the air.
どうしたの？
Oh, I thought the room might smell bad or something.
大丈夫だよ。
Thanks. Nita-san.
はい。
How do I put this? Can't breathe. Embarrassing.
うん。
Oh, man. Oh, man, I can't continue this. So bad. Oh, shit. Can't continue. Not in a bad, like, the story's bad. It's just it made me cringe so bad. Reading it. Let's have sex.
うん。セックス？
Yeah. Let's do it.
うん。
I'm not saying anything. It's a sign of consent. Here we go. Here we go. I placed my hand on Nita's shoulder and pulled her closer. Thank God, bro. That's so cringe to watch. A warm sensation ran across my cheek. I was slapped.
君何を考えてるの？何を考えてるの？
I am so can't take this shit. It's so cringe. That was so cringe, man. That was so bad. Huh?
私たちは会ったばかりで何を考えてるの？
Demo. If you think logically.
論理的？
Lority. If you only think logically, it's only natural to go for sex.
はあ、ちょっと何言ってるかわからない。
If you think logically, you just kept repeating to force the situation, man. It's so bad. Man. A girl like you, with a body like that, going to a guy's room, it's pretty obvious what that means.
お前みたいなボディ？
You're such an idiot for not knowing the obvious logic between men and women.
アホ！
You're probably still at a good age with no decent experience with men, and you're still a shoujo, aren't you? Oh man, he did all the things that you shouldn't fucking do, bro. Fuck.
何それ。
Oh my god, man. Oh my god, holy shit, man. It's so it's so hard to watch.
処女ですがそれがあなたに何か関係ありますか？私が処女であることによってあなたにご迷惑なりをおかけしましたか？
It has. Because you're a shoujo, you don't understand the souls of men and women at all, you asshole. You ignored my logical reasoning. It made me look like an idiot. A shoujo doesn't understand the souls of men and women at all.
処女ってあなたはどう考えても女の子と付き合ったこともないような子供でしょ。
I've had my share of that. I suddenly remembered. This is a weird time to bring her up, but I suddenly remembered her. One of the last 2 VNs ago, 2 or 3 VNs ago, the girl who we know that's very smart tried to make this kind of similar bullshit reply. I kind of know one thing or two. Anyway.
本当？なんかそんな風には見えないな。
I don't want to hear that from a shoujo. A kid who never dated anyone is more like you.
付き合ったことぐらいあるわ。
Ha! Acting all mature.
君はどこで仕入れた情報か知らないけど、部屋に連れ込めば OK とか思ったんでしょう。本当にしょうがない子供というか。
Don't mock me. I'm not like you. I'm not like you, some half-baked guy who's messing around at university, who's running a restaurant or something. I'm the kind of man that's destined to become a scientist, but I don't have time for that anymore. She slapped me again. With a loud slam, she closed the door and left. I stood there in daze for several minutes. This is the worst. Sight day. It's just incredibly bad. Why did things end up like this? If I'm going to die soon, at least there's something I want to know. And then, sex. Now that I think about it, it wasn't exactly logical either. I'll die. That's right. If there's no future anyway, I don't need to endure this humiliation. I'll just end it now. How logical of me. Einstein fell over, adding insult to injury. Wait, who the hell's Einstein? Like, no, I mean, he referred to something as Einstein. That's what I mean. Man, that scene made me feel so... That secondhand embarrassment is so bad. Morning came. I stayed holed up in my room with the curtains closed. The thought of running into Nita-san made it impossible for me to go outside. But what should I do? Should I just rot away in bed like this? Gradually, thinking became too much trouble. Why not just rot away completely? I could just drift off into dreams in the warm futon, and before I knew it, I'll be gone. That's fine. Man, he literally spent the whole day just there. Jesus, man. The doorbell is ringing.
相内修太くんだね。1階で働いている新田忍さんへの強姦未遂で逮捕する。
相内がさ、マジで最低。いつも一人でいてちょっと変な感じはありました。女子の上履きの匂いを嗅いでいるのを見たことがあるんです。
Oh my god. I had a strange dream. I was drenched in sweat, terrified. It seemed the air conditioner had stopped running at some point. The room was filled with stifling heat. The doorbell rang again. It wasn't a dream. This is the worst. Like, I crawled out of bed unsteadily and headed to the entrance. I had given up on thinking deeply. Yes, I did it! Please, put the handcuffs on me! You know what? At least Shinobu was willing to show up again, you know? Like, any other normal person would just like, I'm never gonna show up to this guy and just try to check it. Nita-san was there.
手錠って？
探偵
刑事？
刑事。
元気？
As you can see, Mita Natori or something like that. Anyway,
来て。
suddenly Nita-san took my arm and started walking. What's going on? If it's the Kissatsu, I'll go alone. Let me turn myself in.
いいから来なさい。
Let me turn myself in.
食べなさい。何か勘違いさせたとしたらごめんなさい。私は気にしてないから。なんていうか、君も気にしないで。
Man, she's such a nice person. Holy shit, man. She's such a nice person. Damn, she really is a nice person. Still giving him a chance to like try to make him explain himself there. I mean, obviously that's what she's planning to do, right?
食べて。
I hesitantly took the spoon and scooped up some soup. The word doku crossed my mind, but if that's how it was, then so be it. Gochusou-sama deshita. Never mind.
ちょっと聞きたいんだけど、相内くん、何か悩みとかある？
Huh?
なんとなく焼け鉢になってるように見えるというか、時間がないとか言ってたよね。
I didn't want any more sympathy. It was humiliating. That's not true.
そう。
Well, I'll be going then. I'll take it.
サービス。でも誤解しないでよ。まあ、
じゃあ。
相内くん。
ん？
ガンバ。
Man. She still gave him the time of the day, man. Bro. It threw me off, I guess. She's a strange person. But still, she's a good person. That one. To someone like me who did something like that, Gomennasai. Say directly. I guess I'll go to school.
はい、うち。
Nani?
休んでいたみたいじゃないか。
She's been talking about me leaving early. I was feeling a bit under the weather.
見ろ。
ん？
何が見える？
Sora.
校庭を見ろ。何が見える？
What is she? Several clothes are active.
人々って仲間たちだろ？
誰？
つわものどもが夢の後。知ってるか？
Well,
俺の好きな言葉だ。ただな、よく考えるとつわものって言葉が好きなだけみたいなんだよな。夢の後って部分は別になんか切ないしな。だとしたら俺はつわものが好きなだけかもしれないな。有村を探していたんだっけ？
はい。
本当はダメなんだが教えてやろう。あまりに出席しないから一度住所力の場所に行ってみたんだ。そこは高層マンションの一室だったんだが何度言っても反応がなくてな。
Oh, really?
こんな情報でも力になれたら何よりだ。
Yeah, I already made contact with her, so it's fine now.
何？むしろこっちが知りたいぞ。有村は何をしてるんだ？
No idea.
あいうち。
I came to school, but I didn't have the energy left to go out and recruit anyone. So yeah, I've been leaving up my ad without taking it down. I stopped after tearing the first one. If anyone's interested in the address, they'll contact me through that. The fact that nothing's come to my phone means it's probably not happening. That ad wasn't good enough, huh? Huh?
あゆちくんだよね。
Bro, she has a sprite. A female student was standing there. Who is she? I feel like I've seen her before, so she's probably in the same class as me. I really do believe that he's suffering from memory loss or something.
廊下の張り紙。
That. Well, it was just a little thing. Not really. Wait a second, she has a theme song. What is this? She has a BGM.
入りたい。
Huh? What? Join what? Huh? どういう？
ここだけの話、僕勉強ができなくてね。科学特捜部に入ったら頭が良くなるかな。
Well, それは。Yeah, it'll work. The power of science is amazing.
本当？入ったら頭が良くなるなら僕は入る。科学的に僕を頭良くしてくれるなら入るよ。
Oh, okay. She's the Boku type. That's interesting. Anyway. Okay. So, basically... Really? Honda? You're joining?
さっきからそう言っているよ。いいの？
Of course. Welcome. No. I'm Aichi Shuta.
相内相内くんってもしかして。
Well, yeah, well, I came in second this time. But basically, I'm known as the first place guy. So it's not a big deal or anything. Very cringe, man.
相内リーナの家族？
Aichi Rina? Yeah, I'm not. Who's that person?
そうなんだ。名字が同じだからそうかなって。
Unfortunately not. Who's Aichi Rina?
誰だろ
Huh.
う。なんかそんな有名人がいたような気がして。相内リーナって誰だっけ？科学特捜部に入ったら僕も頭が良くなるんだよね。
多分。
科学の進歩はすごいからね。
Somehow this feels like it's like the conversation isn't quite connecting or something. Well, let's do our best. This isn't the time to be picky. That name.
相内くんだよね。覚えてるよ。
No, yours.
ああ、僕の。片桐も。
Already?
猛獣のもう。
So it's the Takeru character. Wait, they're doing some wordplay here. My LLM's gonna die. I don't understand. I don't even get a hint of that image. How did they end up with such a name?
うちのおじさんが動物園の園長さんでね。
Bro, it's over. This is some wordplay that not surviving the LLM. Okay, look at that. I got a faint idea, but still.
変な名前だから言うの恥ずかしいんだけどね。
Katagiri Takeru. She's a weird girl, but she doesn't seem like a bad person.
科学特殊捜部か。お得なことがありそうだな。
I don't really get it, but okay. Guess I'll try putting out an ad. The flows have been unclear, but here we are. A big step forward. I'm starting to feel more motivated. For regular students, I hope they'll gather from that ad and try looking for conditional club members. Maybe it'll be better to focus on the student with the lowest grades first. Doesn't Takeru based on that conversation, it felt like it was like Katagiri-san. They might want to get smarter too. Surprisingly, our interests might align.
ワクワク。
Katagiri-san was all excited. Soyeba, I might need to explain the situation to Katagiri-san. So, even though you joined, our club hasn't been officially recognized yet. We're still in the process of recruiting members.
何それ。
いや、ごめん。
何それ、面白そう。僕も協力するよ。
Okay. ありがとう。
あれだよね。決まった人数集めたらいいんでしょ？
Well, yeah, but there's this weird condition attached to that.
変な条件って？
Well, yeah. Seeing love at first sight felt awkward.
変な条件。鼻からラーメン食べるとか？
What kind of thinking is that? That'll work. I got annoyed.
そんななの？
Ah,
そんな人なかなかいないよね。
nowhere there would be.
鼻からラーメン。
I really think she's the one with the lowest grades already. And the other condition is to make the student with the lowest grades join. Wait, does that mean? I felt... Could it be... Katakiri-san?
片桐でいいよ。
Katakiri.
思うよ。
Wait, were you the lowest in the last exam?
なんて失礼な推測を。全然違うよ。
Ah, sokka. ごめんなさい.
ビリ2だったよ、僕は。
Not really. You were pretty close, huh? What a shame. If you'd been the lowest, it would have saved me some trouble. Is there any way we can fix this now?
どうやってこれから最下位になるの？
Well, you could lie and say you cheated or something.
人を何だと思ってるの？
Just Jodan. Guess we'll have to find someone the old-fashioned way then.
若そうな子を当たっていけばいいんじゃないかな。
A dumb kid, huh?
なぜ僕を見る？
Well... the top one is obvious, but... The bottom one isn't enough, so it's a hassle to find.
トップって誰？
Ore?
あゆちくんトップだったの？
Back then.
なんで以前の話をするの？
ごめん。
いいえ。
Sate. How to find the lowest grades. By the way, before we continue, since I know this guy is also the guy who wrote Anemone, in my brain I was like, I remember when I was reading the Anemone trial, I was like, did I encounter two stupid characters? Straight up stupid characters, like intellectually deficient characters. What the hell? I don't know. MajoNikki, I don't think I've encountered a stupid character so far. I don't know, man. Is it a clutch for him to write a stupid character? What the fuck? Anyway. I thought there'll be more ways to handle it than just falling in love at first sight. Or maybe this matter will turn out to be troublesome too. Well, whatever. First, I'll just ask around directly. Sensei,
あゆち、なんだ？
could you tell me who was the lowest in the last exam?
なんでそんなことを？
Because I want to help improve their grades.
そういうことは先生に任せてくれたらいいからな。
That's why they're at the bottom. Because you all failed them.
お前ども。しかしな、順位付けというものがある以上、誰かが最下位になるわけだ。それは教え方の問題とはまた別次元の話だろう。
Sounds like some proper logic.
お前、それが教師に言うセリフか。
Well, as expected. Personal information, especially something negative like the lowest grades. There's no way a teacher would just hand them over to a student. What should I do? Who is the lowest grades? I don't think asking around will get me anywhere. Depending on the situation, it might be information that no one but them knows.
成績最下位の人を探してるんだよね。
I won't be surprised if Katagiri knows who that person is for some reason. Yeah, any leads or something like that?
なんかほら、
Yeah?
おっぱいがでかい人はバカそう。
No. No. You. That's the worst kind of lead.
もしかして僕のことをおっぱいもでかくないのにバカで最悪だとおっしゃりたい？
That's not.
なぜ言葉を濁す？
I vaguely thought that if top grades were clear, then the lowest would be easy to figure out too. But this might be an even harder test than I imagined. Most people would probably try to hide being at the bottom. They might not even tell their friends about it. If they're that dumb, they probably can't even manage friendships properly. I don't know, man. You're one of the smartest kids in the school, in your grade, but I don't know, man.
それだと相内くんに友達がいないのがおかしいけど。
Oh no. I just insulted the girl I barely know. But somehow this creature needs to be appeased every now and then, like an old appliance. Still, I feel bad about it if I'm being honest. She joined the club to improve her grades, but instead she's stuck helping with recruitment and stuff.
なんか楽しいね。
Huh?
人集めって RPG の序盤で仲間が集まっていくやつみたい。
RPG?
ゲームだよ。相内くんもドラグエとかファンファンぐらいやってるでしょ？
Milo and just straight up gave them the proper names. I don't. I only vaguely know the names. Back in the day, I played a bit of Oxygen and something else.
何それ怖い。どういうこと？
Is it really that scary to say something like that? You know, yeah, you like this kind of stuff, but you didn't join the club?
うん、まあ入ってたけど僕会わなくてやめたから。
そっか。What is that supposed to mean? She's laughing darkly, as if remembering something. Well, the world's full of scum anyway, so don't worry about it.
そんな考え方はできないけど。そうだ、僕急がないと。
Is there a TV show you want to watch?
違うよ、試験。
Shikin? Is that over already?
追試だよ。
Since it's completely unrelated to me, I haven't even thought about it. I think if you fail a class, you have to take up a makeup exam for that subject. This academy is pretty strict about stuff like that. They won't let you spend summer break with bad grades as they are. If the makeup exam fails, there's probably a third one or something. I don't know what happens after that. Wait a second. Shottamate. A makeup exam. That means the lowest performing student is there, right? Ne, where's the room for the makeup exam? Hokago. The pitiful bunch of failing students were gathered in one place and forced to take their exams. Outside the hallway, I keep peeking into the classroom. She's in there. The lowest performing student. Who is it? Well, I can't tell just by looking. The most clueless looking one. Is that her? The one swaying for some reason? It was Katagiri.
相内、何をうろうろしてるんだ？
The sensei called out to
追
me.
試か？お前は関係ないだろ
Yeah, I just worried about a friend.
う。そうか。まあ、気が散る生徒もいるだろうから、ほどほどにな。
At least they're willing to be considerate, quote unquote. Sorry about that. I fully understand the system, but apparently they gather all the students who have at least one makeup exam and make them take their subjects in the classroom. I caught someone coming out and asked about it, but apparently they're only testing half of what was on the actual exam. They had 30 minutes to solve it. The exams for failed subjects are handed out all at once. They're supposed to solve them in whatever order they like. That sounds like an ass experience. If it's just one subject, you can finish in about 30 minutes. But the more subjects you have, the longer it'll take. So, how did you do on the exam?
微妙。
From what I heard, the wake-up exam uses the same questions if you're getting those wrong. That's pretty bad.
相当だから追試なの。
Sokka. That makes sense. Well, I don't care about your results anyway. What an asshole. Thanks to that, we got a clear idea who's at the bottom.
え、誰？
I'm going to check it out now. Found her. That's the one. I quietly pointed at the girl chatting and laughing with friends by the window.
あの可愛い子ちゃん？
Oh, obviously, it's the girl who has a sprite and has a special CG. Katagiri doesn't have a special CG, so I guess she's not a real girl. But this girl already had a special CG, so... Kawaii girl. What's the term she used?
あの可愛い子ちゃん？
Kawaii-chan. Oh no, my LLM, I want you to chill out. No, LLM, stop. Kawaii-chan? Don't someone use such old, outdated words like
で
kawaii-chan.
もどうしてあの子が最下位って分かったの？あ、やっぱりおっぱいで。
No, that's not it. I wouldn't judge someone based on something like that. They'd all take the exam at the same time, right? What subjects were you taking?
4教科。
That's a lot. More importantly, how did you manage to
日
pass?
本史、信長の野心にハマって勉強したことがあったからね。あと、現代国語もギリギリ免れた。月に3本はエロゲするから読解力が鍛えられてるんだよね。
さ。Sokka. So, I was looking for one who took the most makeup exams in there. Most of them only have 1 or 2. But there was a fool who took 5 subjects, which is more than you.
そんなのってありえるの？
Nah, it's not that different from your 4. You shouldn't be so shocked by it. Nishino Kasumi, second-year student, member of the boxing club. That's her profile. Boxing. Interesting boxing club. She didn't look like the type, but that's very interesting. She looked flashy, so I thought she might be a delinquent girl, but she was in an unexpected
ボ
club.
クシング部。
Boxingabu.
そんなものがあったんだ。
Yeah, it's not at the academy, so she must be participating in a university club. I wondered how strong she was, but it seems she's at the level of losing in regional qualifiers. On top of that, she's dead last in exams. What a complete idiot. Now, I had to recruit her into the Kagaku Toksubu. So, what should I do? She doesn't seem like she has any connection to Kagaku at all.
そうなんだ。おいしいね。
She was stuffing her face with a donut. I'm not expecting much, but do you have any ideas? Though, I guess they're more knowledgeable about women's hearts than me.
女心と言われたら黙ってられないね。
Tamata. Nishina-san?
誰だっけ？
Oh, has a BGM. Anyway. Aichi Shuta.
どうも。何かな？
Huh? Looking at her again, I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Special CG girl. Ah, right. She's the weird girl who was eating a mountain of stamina don in the cafeteria. You really eat a lot, huh? She doesn't seem to get what I'm talking about. It seems she doesn't remember me at all. No. Sorry. And this is kind of out of the blue, but you were at the bottom of the semester's rankings, right?
別にいいけど、どこでそんなことしたの？
Just a bit. If you're taking makeup exams, it's hard to focus on club activities, isn't it?
いつものことだし、そんなに気にしてないけど。
I have a proposal. How about joining the Kagaku Toksuobu?
科学？なんで？
It'll make you smarter. And then you won't have to take up makeup exams. You can focus more on practice. If I may add, I'll make you stronger in boxing too.
相打ちだっけ？バカにしてんの？これから練習で忙しいの。じゃあね。
She quickly walked away. First contact failed.
無理そうだね。
Yeah, I guess so. She seemed completely unreachable. However, unlike other conditions, she's the only one who can be replaced. No matter what, I had to bring her in. I guess I'll look into it a bit more. I grabbed a student leaving the school gate and tried to gather some information. Strangely, just having Katagiri standing beside me seemed to make people less wary than when I was alone. The investigation went fairly smoothly. I learned a few things. She, Nishino, apparently slept during exams in almost every subject. It's astonishingly lack of motivation. From what I've heard, she seemed like a pretty normal person, but in short, she was so focused on club activities that she burned out during the exams. Tsunari Katagiri is the most is the actually most. It seems there was a tournament right before then. Maybe she's not dumb as I thought. Well, the only condition given was that she was at the bottom of the exams. Whether she's actually dumb or not doesn't really matter. Also, it seems like she has quite a wide circle of friends. No matter who I ask, they'd say, "Oh, you mean Nishino-chan," or "You mean Kasumi-ni-san, Ne-san." So it was easy to get things moving. She seemed quite close to some of the more flamboyant female students. Well, her own style is pretty flashy too. She's wearing something on her nails or whatever. She's athletic, sociable, and delinquent? Honestly, she got all the traits I'm not good at dealing with. Nishino Kasumi. Well, it's not like I'm planning to get along with her or anything, so whatever. After finishing the interviews, Katagiri and I decided to take a break at the fast food place near the Aikome.
何かわかった？
Yeah, I learned a lot. ところで, I also figured out how to bring her in.
すごい!
Nishino Kasumi. She's the type who's completely focused on boxing, that's for sure. Her dad was a former pro boxer too. Subarashi. At first glance, she seems like she's just messing around. But aside from not being good at studying, her behavior is pretty sound.
どう見ても科学特捜部とは縁がなさそうだね。
Yeah, but once we figure out her goal, there's a way to make it work. We just need to help her with what she's aiming for.
目指すもの
She probably wants to get stronger, right? Then I'll make her stronger. If she finds out that joining the Kagaku Tokusobu will help her get stronger, there's no reason for her to refuse. I'll just have to teach her that the pen is stronger than a sword. Just so you know.
知ってるよ。ペンは剣より強いぐらい。さすがにバカにしないでほしい。こちとら18年以上も生きてるんだよ。
It's very convenient they're 18 years old. Just so you know. Right.
有名な四字熟語でしょ。
What part of that is an idiom?
つまりペンで法律を書いて禁止すれば剣を持てなくなるからペンは剣より強いっていう。
Well, it's not entirely wrong, but I wouldn't say it's exactly right either. とにかく, we'll come up with a thorough plan from now on. I pull out a DVD from my bag.
それ何？ああ、エッチな。
No. Why am I suddenly so confidently pulling out some naughty data? It's a video of Nishino Kasumi's match.
西野さんの試合の映像。ちょっとエッチそう。
You put it that way. Well, yeah, a little. I like how he said a little. Why are you making me say that? The advisor of the University Boxing Club had it as part of their records. Apparently, they record all the matches of their members. When I asked for the data to record the matches because I wanted to write a research paper on boxing, they agreed without any issues. Boxing. They weren't as cautious as teachers, though. I don't forget to brag about being the top student in the exam either. It's all about putting your daily efforts to good use.
それをどうするの？
I'm going to study it, of course. I'll be taking a break from the Gakuen side for a while.
なんで？
Because I'm going to study at home.
僕も休んだ方がいいの？
Why would you do that?
いや、なんとなく。
Make sure to attend class properly.
はいはい。
Is our guy gonna learn about boxing? Watching her. I wonder what kind of bullshit he's gonna make up out of this. Sate. And this week I'll hole up in my room and finalize my strategy against Nishino Kasumi. Honestly, I'm not sure if it's worth spending so much time on just Nishino, but my intuition tells me this is the critical moment. Out of all the conditions, being at the bottom of the rankings is something that can't be replaced. If I can somehow convince Nishino here, I feel like a natural path will open up afterward. And it seems the opponent already has a bad first impression of me from the start. A musclehead girl, huh? No matter how I approach her, I can't find a common ground. Normally, I'd rather not get involved with someone like that. Then, I'll make sure to settle things decisively in the next move before it gets complicated. For that, I'll spend plenty of time on preparation. I kept replaying the video of Nishino's match over and over in my mind. It's true. It is a little naughty, though. Don't be ridiculous. I see. I roughly figured out the direction I need to take. Nishino Kasumi, the strategy. Can I do it? It's not exactly a strategy suited for me. It'll be a complete battle on her turf, or rather her ring. But this boxing fanatic doesn't seem like she has any intention of stepping on a different kind of ring. Then I'll just have to step on it myself. An inappropriate smile slipped out. Time is limited, but I need a good foundation to work with. My eyes met Einstein's in the corner of the room. Can I do that? Can I do it with this? You're going to be my temporary Nishino no Hasumi for a while. What exactly is this Einstein? Alright, it's done. It's starting to feel like the real thing. Now comes the fine-tuning. This angle needs a bit more. Speed is about right, isn't it? Like this. Alright, switch on. Einstein's hand delivered a punch to my face. It's way too dangerous without gloves. Like this. Come at me. Well, I'll probably get used to it as I keep going. My life's on the line here. I'm going to beat you, Nishino. If I hadn't stopped you just now, I'll be dead. Just kidding. Dead on. I spent the next week memorizing this time with my body. Perfect. Too perfect.
お疲れ様っと。あれ、相内くん？戦ってる？シャドーボクシングか。男の子だな。
At least she's still willing to talk to us, man. No, seriously. No, seriously. Well, it's almost a week since I last came to the Gakuen site. And this past week, I've been holed up in my room training for Nishino Kasumi. And today is the day of the showdown.
おはよう。
Yo, sashiburi.
休んで対策とやらをしてたの？ それで
Dead on. Today, I'm going to beat her.
趣旨が変わっているような。
放課後 Katagiri and I headed toward the building where the Bokshinbu is. Damn. In front of the club building, Nishino was stretching. Nishino-san. She looked over when called and let out an exasperated sigh.
また来たの？あのね、見ての通り私はボクシング部だし、あんたのクラブに付き合ってる暇はないのよ。
But if you keep doing stupid training like this, you'll never beat me as a rival.
なんて？
I'm saying you can't beat me as a rival with the way you're doing things.
素人に何がわかるのよ。
Yeah, I'm just an amateur. But even someone like me, a beginner, I can... Wait, even someone like you, a beginner, I can beat. If only you used your head instead of just brute force.
なに
You're an idiot, aren't you? In sports these days, idiots can't win.
さっきから好き放題言うわね。
Nishina's gaze shifted. What you're doing isn't boxing. It's just punching each other. I'll teach you real boxing. Fight me, Nishino.
本気
Dead serious.
こんななら力でどうにかなると思ってるんじゃないでしょうね。
Nope. I think even an idiot like you can figure out if they use their head.
いいわ。一体何にこだわってるのか知らないけど、そこまで言うなら相手になってあげる。
Good. She's taking the bait. That was quick. And there's a ring in the corner of the club building, right? Let's have a simple match there. The rules are this. The first one to land a clean hit wins. How's that?
何それ。そんなの試合でも何でもないわ。
It's not meant to be a match. I'm just here to prove you're nothing but a single-celled organism.
へえ。まともには勝てないけど、戦略ありってことね。いいわ。あんたの言うルールで勝負してあげるわ。そっちの方が怪我もなさそうだし、先にクリーンヒットを入れた方が勝ちと。
Exactly.
その方がこっちもさっさと終わらせられていいわ。で、負けたら科学特捜部とやらに入ればいいんでしょ？
Exactly.
で、私が勝ったら何かしてくれるわけ？
What? Well, I guess there's no helping it. I'll be your second.
いや、必要ないんだけど、これ以上わけのわからない理由で付きまとわないで。
Fine by me. It's fair, but for me, it's a harsh condition. If I lose this, there'll be no way to bring Yoshino into the fold. Sumari, I won't be able to count on Arimura Naromi's help either. It's just a mini game, but it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say my life is on the line here. I'll be fine. My calculations are perfect.
で、いつやるの？
Right now.
今から？
Do you need to prepare?
そんなもの必要ないわ。すいません。先輩、リングなんですけど、ちょっと使わせてもらっていいですか？
構わないが。
すいません。一瞬で終わりますから。
An instant, huh? Yeah, it probably will end in an instant. Suddenly, a minigame between Nishino and me was decided upon. The stage is the ring in the training room at the edge of the club building. Right now, Nishino was convincing the other club members and preparing everything. It's my first time stepping onto something like that, but it's fine. I've simulated it before. The simulations. People are already gathering to watch, wondering what's about to happen. Fine by me. Let them watch.
なんか展開が急だね。大丈夫？
Katagiri, you'll soon witness the history of how humanity had trumped over lions.
人間はライオンに勝ってないよな。
Huh?
勝てないよ普通。
No, they have, historically.
誰がライオンに勝ったの？
That's right, humans did.
人間言われても具体的に誰？
Humanity won against lions.
人類がライオンに勝った。壮大になってきた。人類って誰？
You are.
相内くん。僕はライオンに勝ってない。
Oh well. The headgear and gloves are attached. I made sure to order these in the room beforehand, tried them on properly, so there's no discomfort. Everything has gone exactly as planned up until now. Since there's no bell, the referee blew a whistle instead. The match has begun. Nishino steps forward, and I calmly take a stance to meet her. Nishino Kasumi. Oh, it looks like she has a full CG wearing her box. Obviously, because she boxes, but like, are they gonna go, man? But the match will be decided in an instant. You'll lose before you even realize what happened. She has a certain habit. After the match starts, her routine is always exactly the same. Whether it's a wish or something she doesn't even notice herself. No matter what kind of punch an amateur like me throws, it won't reach her. But there's one strategy that can land a clean hit. A counterattack. I aim for the counter from the very first move. She probably hasn't even considered something like that, not in a million years. My punch might not deal any damage, but it's still a hit. Of course, it's an advanced technique that's practically impossible for an amateur to pull off and land. But I can do it. I completely analyze Nishino's movements right after the match starts. Her timing is all inputted into my brain and body. Of course, there's likely some margin of error, but I've accounted for that too. Now, come at me. Don't overthink it and just attack like you always do, you brainless idiot with those huge breasts. Dekai oppai. Anyway, she's coming. Just as I'm simulated gutless dives, with the same stance and timing, she charges in. She might have changed her movements in a special situation, but after being provoked and losing her temper, she probably doesn't even have the luxury of thinking about that. Just like I saw in the video. Exactly as I programmed Einstein to move. The timing is perfect. My body has memorized it in a week, unconsciously encountering. Cheating. Huh? My feet slip on the sweat. She.
Eh?
Oh man, that is so unlucky. That is so unlucky. Cute.
相打ち、まさかこれで終わ
おい、素人相手に思いっきりぶち込むなよ。
り？いや、だってなんか自信満々に来るから。むしろ最後突っ込んでなかった。何がしたかったのよ、相打ち。なんか怖い。
相打ち、おい、意識はあるか？
The bro? That was a pathetic way to lose.
誰かドクターを呼んでくれ。相打ち、この指何本だ？
Man, that's so pathetic. I was carried to the infirmary and woke up almost immediately. Ignoring the teacher's protests, I went home. Then, without turning on any lights, I curled up in bed with knees hugged into my chest. No, that's not it. If you're an idiot, you think you can figure things out by using your head. Katagiri, you'll soon witness the history of how humanity has triumphed over lions. Sukashi. Maybe I should just die. My thoughts were nothing but theoretical rambling. But isn't life itself just an empty theoretical concept? I was gradually losing track of what I was even thinking. It would be better if I just disappeared, someone like me. That's right. Let's just die here and now. Let's disappear. Man, that is so embarrassing. Jesus Christ. Wait, I wasn't planning to go this long. It's already 3 hours. To be honest, I originally expected... I at least expected to go as far as I first encountered the menu girl, but like... She hasn't showed up yet in the story so far. I mean... Jesus. This is gonna be a long prologue, isn't it?
すいません、相内くんって知ってますか？国学大の2年生でこのマンションに住んでるって聞いたんです。
Wow, I'm surprised Kasumi is just what is this guy and this what is this bullshit I'm seeing right now, huh?
相内くんのお友達なの？友達？いやまあみたいなものです。そうなんだ。意外って言ったら失礼だよね。相内くんなら私の隣の部屋だよ。ここにもたまに食べに来るね。ちゃんと近所付き合いしてた。意外って言ったら失礼だよね。
That is so bad to say as well.
相内くんがどうかしたの？学校に来てなくて部屋にいるのかなって。そうなの？もしかしてまた
So bad. That's the first thing she would think that he would have done.
またって何ですか？なんでもないの。それでいろいろあって、もしかしたらショックで部屋で寝込んでいるんじゃないかなって心配になったんです。なんでショックで引きこもる必要があるの？それがこちらの西野さんに襲いかかって返り討ちにあって。またそんなことを？
I feel bad. That's Shinobu's impression of the dude.
また？いや、なんでもないの。詳しく聞かせて。ボクシングの試合をなんでまた？
And Shinobu's case is much worse.
わからないですけど、どうしても科学特捜部に入ってほしかったらしくて。そんなに部員集めるのに必死なんだ。もうちょっと話聞いてあげたらよかったかな。だいぶカッコつけてたから恥ずかしくなってるんじゃないかなって。彼、そういうタイプですか？私も彼のことをそんなに知ってるわけじゃないけどね。結構そういうタイプな気がする。
Man, I feel bad. They only think of him as the guy who's trying so hard to be cool. Well, he kind of has that streak of himself. He overestimates his own. He's narcissistic to some extent, like in a I think too highly of myself kind of way.
私たちが言ったら逆にキスをえぐることにならないですかね。私にはわからないけど、尋ねてあげた方がいいと思う。よくわからないけど尋ねてみようか。西野さんはどうしてついてきたの？あ、とどめよ。とどめとか刺さないよ。私はあいつに聞きたいことがあるのよ。
The doorbell had been ringing persistently since earlier. Peeking out cautiously, I saw Katagiri and Nishino standing there. I was surprised. It wasn't Shinobu-san after all. After thinking for a while, I opened the door. What do you want? Did you come here to laugh at me? Yeah, that's right. It's all just theoretical nonsense. But you know, even the most impressive theory started out as nothing but speculation. When someone dares to propose something without fear of failure, that theory takes shape. Jesus Christ.
わかったから一旦入ろう。はい、差し入れ。
The company bag contained pan, onigiri, and juice. Oh, what's this? I don't recall asking for anything like
お
this.
邪魔するなら差し入れぐらい持ってくるでしょ。
Makes sense. So, what did you come here for?
相内シュート、
Hi.
あんたカウンター狙ってたでしょ。
How do you know that?
そりゃあね。認めるわ。あのカウンター少しタイミングがずれてたら決まってた。わからないわ。あんたがボクシングの素人ってことは動きで分かったわ。その辺の普通の生徒よりも動きは悪いくらいだわ。でもあの一瞬あんたは明らかに私の動きを見切っていた。どういうこと？
I analyzed your movement patterns from a video.
それでこのタイミングで A ボタンを押せばカウンターが決まるって？ゲームみたいにいかないわ。
I built a robot.
ロボット？
That thing.
何これ？
In the corner of the room hung Einstein, still wearing his gloves. I had this thing perfectly replicate Nishino's punches, and just kept practicing against it over and over. You might not realize it, but your opening strategy is always the same, like a stamp. No matter who your opponent is, you always step forward first. After a few jabs, you unleash your full power straight. I don't know if it's some kind of lucky charm or just to psych yourself up, but you never change that style unless something really drastic happens.
そうよ。意識的にそうしてるわ。最初の入り方で自分のペースをつかむために、私にとってのルーチンみたいなものだわ。
So, yeah, analyze that part relentlessly and aim for it. She was speechless. Maybe she's a little taken aback. Having her movements analyzed so that thoroughly and even replicated by a robot, it might be a bit creepy. I shouldn't have gotten carried away showing off like this.
何それ、すごい。
Huh?
すごいよ。そんなんしたの？もっと見せてよ。
I activated Einstein. What does it feel like for her to have her movements replicated by a robot with exposed wiring? I wonder if she'll be upset. For a while, Nishino stared at the robot. She looked completely serious, but I couldn't tell what she was thinking.
あー、これすごい。ちゃんと再現されてるよ。私のストレート。何？相内ってロボット発明家だったの？何それ？うわー、すごいわこれ。
He's in. For a while, Nishino was deeply impressed by the robot.
美味しそうなチーズが入ってるよ。何これ？
Katagiri had opened the fridge without
あ
asking.
のさ、なんでそこまでして私を入れようとしたの？
Huh? Well, I guess you wonder about that. それは I'm a fan of Nishino-san. So I've been studying. It sounded like a... I was frustrated that Nishino-san couldn't quite win the tournament, so I thought I could help her win with my own hands.
嘘だよね。試合会場であんた見た覚えはないし。
Yeah, I'm lying.
訳ありってわけね。いいよ。わけは聞かない。あのさ、相内。科学特捜部、入るよ。
Just like that, guys. Huh?
しいけど、あんたの言う通りなんだ。自分で言うのもなんだけど、そこそこ素質はあるし、何より勉強も遊びもしないでボクシングに捧げてる。けど地区予選止まりなんだ。私には足りないものがある。それが何なのか、相打ちの助言も聞いてみたいと思うから。
I just realized a parallel here just now. Remember that she was like, you know, I spent my time just doing boxing, not even trying to play around or whatever. But only as far as I got was the regional qualifiers or whatever. So this time I'm gonna ask this random guy from the science club. Meanwhile, his story is just like, I had this disease. The suisei no byoki. And I went to the hospital with all the professionals and researchers, but nothing has changed. So this time I'm just gonna look into this random science girl. Anyway.
だから入る。
そっか。ありがとう。
あと聞きたいことがあったんだけど、私の試合の動画なんてどうやって手に入れたの？
That. Well, part of it was from the Bokshinbu coach. And I also got some from other connections. Here, take this. I opened a website.
女子ボクシング愛好会。
And there's a group of people who are huge fans of women's boxing, and they're gathered online. I contacted them on the whim, and guess what? They have footage of your matches. So, here you go. Actually, you're pretty famous there.
そうなんだ。いや、応援してくれるのは嬉しいけど、
It's kind of awkward to hear, you know?
純粋なボクシングファンなんだよね。さっきの動画のアングルに若干引っかかりがあったんだけど。
Kind of makes you think. さあ、
このフォルダのデータがそうなんだ。他の試合のもあるんでしょ？見ていい？
Do whatever you want. When you should look like on the date, a doga started playing.
へえ、こんな客観的に試合眺めたことなかったわ。
Seriously? Check your own matches is pretty much the basics, isn't it?
でも、なんとなくこっぱずかしくない？
What are you talking about? If you want to win, stop saying stupid things like that.
そうだね。あれ？これは私の試合じゃないんだ。
Huh?
男子の試合？違うか。なんで二人とも裸？
What? Bro? What are you doing, bro? Huh?
全裸ボクシングのゴングが鳴りました。
No.
顔面への攻撃は禁止ですが、おっぱいへの攻撃のみ認められています。ダウンを奪えば挿入何でもありのデスマッチ。おっぱいが揺れています。クリンチ、クリンチ、いやクンニ、クリンチ、クリニクリンチ、クリンチ、クリニクンチ。
Bro, what the fuck? What the fuck? There's just some things you mustn't know about that forever. I shouldn't ever know those things. The two of them left silently. That's not it. It's not like that. While watching Nishino's matches to study, I got turned on, and ended up searching for videos like this. I got turned on and ended up searching for videos like this. It's not that. I couldn't stop crying. Why did I? Why put dangerous things in the same folder? It's not like that. Something's ringing. It's from that guy. はい。
おいおい、君本当に大丈夫か？いつもやたら暗い声で電話に出るけど。
My guy just downloaded those type of videos. I'm fine. This time of day is just complicated. Have you heard of Twilight Tears?
いや、知ってるような。あれは赤子の話じゃ。部員集めだっけ？どうだい？
Well, it's manageable.
そうかい。いずれにせよ、無事なら何よりだ。
Yeah, for now. That's right. I should be grateful for having my life. Wait, maybe I should end now. I'm supposed to get some rest now. I'm gonna be early tomorrow for work. All right, let's go. There's no point in wallowing any longer. At this point, it doesn't matter what happens.
おはよ
Ah, ohayo.
う。もういいの？
Huh? What is?
そういえばお友達が来てたね。
Ah. Yeah.
よかったね。
Huh? What is?
うん。
What's with the happy look on your face, Shinobu-san? Don't tell me you're thinking something rude like, I'm glad you have a friend.
友達がいてよかったね。
It's over, guys. This is heavy. But I had to
お
go.
はよ
Yeah. I got slapped hard on the back. Who is this?
う。何がゲよ。
Ohayo. I braced myself.
のさ。
Wait, why is she randomly here? Man, our guy is secretly in, I guess.
約束は約束だから。言った通り科学特捜部に入るからね。
Huh?
私を強くしてよね。じゃ。
He's still in. He's still in. She just waited somewhere near his house and just randomly said that and then she ran. He's in. Nishino Kasumi, huh? She's an idiot, but maybe a good person after all. Still an idiot though. I guess I'll head to the school. Academy. Go inside.
何それ。入れと言っておいて、その科学特捜部とやらはまだ設立もされてなかったわけ？
Yeah, that's right. You're the third member, so we need two more to get it off the ground.
なんだかな。で、部員を集めるにあたって成績最下位を入れろって条件がつけられていたと。
その通り。
誰なのその有村ロミって子？
No idea. All I know is she's a student here. She keeps publishing innovative papers online, and in some circles she's something of a celebrity.
その子に相談したいことがあって、そのために科学特捜部を設立してるってことね。
At least he explained to her this whole part. But does she know the part where he has Susei the Byoki? Ah.
ここに行ってるというかなんというか。なんでこんなことに巻き込まれてるんだろう。ま、しょうがない。乗りかかったなんとやらだし、協力するわ。でも放課後練習あるから、空いた時間だけね。
That's still a big help. More like just having her name on the roster would be enough for now, though I wouldn't say that out loud.
やっと仲間が増えたんだね。
Don't call them members or anything.
なおちゃんはなんで科学特捜部に？
Mochi-san.
なおちゃん、
Mochi-san.
かすみん。
It's only the distance between them, how close. I guess in like a Shu-chan, huh? Shu-chan. So desperate to be like, well, I have a nickname, right?
え？何？
なんでもない。
あれ？なんで僕入ったんだっけ？自分のことでしょ？確か相内くんがあまりにうなだれていたから哀れで。
What kind of memory are you replacing that with? You came to me because you wanted to do something about your stupidity, your own stupidity, didn't you?
そうだっけ？忘れちゃった。
Why is her name keeps changing? My LLM stop making her name more weirder in every single translation. Well, anyway, out of the 5, 3 of us, including me, are now here. From here on out, it feels we're almost there. Shinjiranai. Just a while ago, I was completely hopeless. I look at Katagiri. Wait, let me actually double check her name. That's so bad. Jesus Christ, man. No, sa character. I don't look at VNDB. Katagiri. Oh yeah, it is Katagiri. Okay. For some reason, she's eating a donut. It's only just after first period. She's a weird girl, but ever since she showed up, things have been running smoothly. She has this, maybe she has this aura that makes people like chill out. Thanks to you.
え？何？
Never mind. I quickly covered my mouth. I almost blurted out something Kimo. Now, somehow I managed to recruit Nishino, the lowest performing student. I did pretty well for myself. But the most troublesome one was still left. Ne, Katagiri.
何？
I was wondering what falling in love at first sight feels like. What do you think it's like?
なんかキモいこと言い出した。
It's over for our guy. Already the next day? What the hell? The next day, I stood near the school gate in the morning, watching the students come to school. Love at first sight, huh? But I figured she wouldn't just show up on her own. At this point, all I could do was stare at the girls walking by and wait for that moment. So, after staking out near the gate since early morning, it's been an hour now. Even as I watched the girls streaming past, there was absolutely no sign of falling in love at first sight happening. Where is she? She's too tall. Maybe she's too short. Honestly, I'm not even sure if I prefer tall or short girls in the first place. This is hopeless. I have expected it, but there's no way falling in love at first sight would happen like this. So that was just for the sake of the movie's runtime. Honestly, does love or liking someone else, someone even exist in real life? If it does, where is it? Where does love come from and where does it go? I muttered something so kimo. Even I felt disgusted with myself. Maybe I should head back for now. Huh? What's this? Something white brushed past my nose. Ane? One girl passed by in front of me. In a moment, it felt like a white wisp clouded my vision, and I was dazed. I saw something fluttering like a hane floating in the air. The girl walking away. On her back. What? Subasa? A girl walked away. Shiro no hane fluttering. Her figure was, in a word, Tenchi. I'm going crazy. In a panic, I chased after the girl. She doesn't have Subasa or anything like that. Subasa. Anyway, but I saw them. Angel's wings. Tenchi no Subasa. Could this be a falling in love at first sight? Is she my angel? The girl entered the school building and was heading upstairs. Oi, wait a second. Oi, you. Ooh, special CG. Of course, they had to make her very beautiful because she's supposed to represent the first love at first sight or whatever. God damn it. Close. Wait, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna grab some water. Thirsty. Okay, I'm back. At my voice, several people turned around, including the girl. When our eyes met, she realized I was calling her and looked at me curiously, blinking in confusion. I took a closer look at the girl. She was... Of course, she didn't have any wings or anything like that. I don't think she's exactly my type either. But I definitely saw them earlier. Wings growing on her back. If there's such a thing as the moment of falling in love at first sight, that must have been it. This girl, she looked like a Tenchi did to me. That's right. I'm in love with her. I've fallen for her at first sight. There's no doubt about it. This girl is my angel.
Sakashita Iina-san? 私は知らないよ。その子がもう一つの条件にあったんだ。
ああ。
それってどういう条件だったの？
Huh? I was flustered. それは
なんか言いづらいことなの？私以上にひどい条件はそうそうないでしょうに。まさか成績最下位で探されていたとは。ショックだわ。とほほ。鼻からラーメン食べる人だって。
You. What are you even saying?
鼻から。それはひどい条件だけど、よく見つけたね。
You were eating it? at a ramen shop.
そっか。どんな子かな。
She was eating it at a ramen shop.
できた。
So he made some bullshit that she's the girl who did that. They were normal though.
そっか。普通。
普通。
それはそれで逆に怖いような。どの子？
That one. The one reading a horn by the Madoka.
あの子。
Yeah, that normal looking girl.
いや、普通かな。
Kasumi furrowed her brows.
だいぶ可愛くない？
Is she?
可愛いよ。
I didn't really get it, but objectively speaking, she seemed to fall into the kawaii category. And that's the case, then so be it. With Yuri falling for her at first sight felt even more plausible. With Yuri.
あんな子がラーメンを。いや、人の食べ方なんて自由でいいよね。
可愛い子だ。相内くんって自分の好みで選んでたりしないよね。あ、ごめん無理。
Oh, because I'm pretty sure she also remembers him asking about it. What's with the, oh, don't back away. You didn't come here because it chose you, did you? You came on your own. And what's with the, never mind. That's my line to say.
あのね、ツッコミはもう少しシンプルに絞って。2つも3つも混ざると分かりづらい。
Alright, let's go.
いきなり強気だね。
She seems like the type who'd give in easily pushed.
ひどい理由だ。
Even though it was another class, I just walked right in. I had important business to attend to. Sakishita-san?
Eh?
Wait, that's surprised this is the kind of BGM she has. Sakashita Dina, who had been sitting at her desk reading a book, looked at me blankly. A hint of wariness appeared in her eyes. Wariness? Interesting. That's a very interesting observation there. She probably thought I was the same person that spoken to her this morning, and that was a bit scary for me to come back. For her to come back. No. I'm Aichi Shuta from the Kagakse Tosobu. Tosobu? I already forgot. Man. Don't worry, I'll remember this. Jesus, man. Tokusobu. Okay.
どうも。科学特捜何？
I came to recruit you.
勧誘？
You've been chosen. Why does it? That sounds so weird. It's a big deal.
すごいこと。
Join the Kagaku Tokuso.
すいません。よくわからない。
そっか。
ダメだったわけね。
I smiled coolly. That was just a little introduction. I didn't expect her to join right away either.
それも科学特捜部だもんね。普通入らないよね。実験体にされるとか警戒するよね。
We wouldn't do that.
何その待ち構えていたようなキレのいいツッコミ。なんか怖い。
というか聞いたら彼女すでに吹奏楽部に入ってるんだって。
Well, that didn't stop him from trying to recruit someone from the boxing boo. Anyway, where did you get her so much info?
いや普通に知り合いがいたから。
Just a friend?
なんで驚いてるの？
Well, so what was it again? She's in a brass band club or something? What a pointless club. It's just a mass game using instruments, right? If someone's happy with something that boring, there are plenty of ways to lure them in.
また怒られそうなこと。大丈夫なのこれ？さあ。
I guess it's hard to understand. She's right. Then I'll explain it clearly so she can understand. Sakashita Lina. If that's the case, I'll show you my full strength. And the end of class bell rang. It seems today's classes are over. I gathered all the necessary materials. All set. With this much data, even the most clueless person should understand. Considering the current Japanese class grades, it's unlikely she won't get what I'm saying. And Sumari, my preparations were kanpeki. I simulated my interactions with Sakashita in my head over 20 times. In every scenario, she'll eventually accept the invitation to join. With a beaming smile. The probability of Sakashita Rina saying yes is 100%. Alright, let's go. I stationed myself in front of Class B. After homeroom ended, the students started pouring out. Fortunately, Sakashita appeared alone and walked over. Sakashita-tan.
どうも。
About what happened earlier, I'd like to talk to you for a bit.
少しなら。
Wait a second, this is really something about her design, you know? I just can't shake my head out of her design. It's like... Anyway. Sakashita, who had been suddenly led to an empty classroom, looked visibly nervous. I deliberately kept a distance to avoid making her unnecessarily tense. I moved to the Madoka and gazed to the Sora. To be precise, I narrowed my eyes as if looking down on the city that must stretch beneath it. It's a tough world to live in. About to start with something cringy, man. Jesus Christ. Okay. The future of this country is certainly not bright. What are your grades, Sakashita-san? She was flustered by my sudden question.
普通くらいかな。
She answered me in a quiet, polite tone. I see. Back then, being average was something wonderful. Being middle class was a symbol of stability and peace. It was just right, better than trying to stand out too much. But in this world moving forward, being average only means being dull. Oh man, why are you doing it like this? If you want to achieve a stability and peace from now on, it's not just about being average. You'll need something special. Tokubetsu. What is that? Should you work hard at your studies? Not enough.
No, ina?
He said it in English, which is more cringe. In the end, your academic background is decided by talent and parental wealth. What is he doing here? This is like... To put it in another way, even if your academic background is the same, it's already decided by things like family status and such before that. Even if an ordinary person works hard from scratch, there's only so much they can achieve. So, what should you work for to gain something? Connections. If you're going to find meaning in your mediocre student, what is this? It's only by finding connections. And then, as a connection appeared before you. So cringe. Wait, what is this? Let me retranslate this. What the fuck? Yeah. That's not a connection. It's a neko. Jodan. It's because she made a sound like that. Being serious all the time would get tiring. A line in the mood with a weird joke and then got to the main point. The bass here was crucial. It might sound a bit arrogant, but my future feels really bright. Well, the fact that I had a chronic illness is a bit of a setback, though. Anyway, if you can make such connections, your dull future would suddenly take a turn for the better. Sakashita-san, you're standing right in front of that chance to seize it. I want you to know that.
私が幸運を目の前に、あゆちくんという猫。
A connection. Who's meowing? Maybe, wait a second. Maybe the word connection sound. Let me actually see what the word connection is in Japanese, because maybe that would help. Maybe it's a word pun or something. Connection in Japanese. Tsunagari. What the fuck? I have no idea, man. You know what? Never mind. The balance here was crucial. Like, you get it now, huh?
なんとなく。
Oh my god, look at that sweat at the side of her face. You can tell she's like, what is this guy saying? Good. Welcome to the Kagakusha Dosoka. Dosoka? A beaming smile?
ごめんなさい。それじゃあ。で、ダメだったわけだ。まあ、ちょっと予想してたけど。
Bro was like, that was very cringe, not gonna lie. She just wouldn't give her consent. Even after I logically explained all the benefits, is she an idiot?
なんかまた小難しいこと言ってるんじゃないよね。
No, I simplified it a lot. She seemed to understand how much of an advantage there is for her future by being involved with me.
やっぱり妙なこと吹き込んでるな、こいつ。
Maybe the Joker threw in midway backfired, or maybe her understanding just wasn't enough. A connection. Neko. Wait a second. Maybe let me actually try to throw this into like a fucking other trend.
私に
Oh, son of a
食らわせよ
bitch.
うとした相打ちかっこよかったし
Seeing back. Okay, let
な
me
んかまた小難しいこ
go back to the line where we were.
いや
Go in.
何妙なこと吹き
Okay, I was curious about this. Come on, don't accidentally suppress skip, okay? What does this exactly mean? Holy shit. I learned Japanese, what the fuck? Kone. Neko. Kone. Oh, he shortened connection. Okay, because I know connection is used as a borrowed word. So kone, neko. Okay, man. Okay. That was a terrible joke.
あのさそういうのじゃなくてもっと普通に言ってみたら
Straightforward.
真正面からなんていうかさ私にカウンター食らわせようとした相打ちかっこよかったしああいう風に真っ向から立ち向かっていく感じがいいと思うんだよね私は
Well, thanks for that.
マジでしないでよこっちも照れるから
Bro, I think she really is already smitten with this guy. I mean, she's still interacting with the dude. I'm not being serious. Head on, huh? It didn't quite click. But maybe that's exactly what works for someone as slow-witted as her. What is wrong with this guy? At this ski saw, summer break will be here before we know it. We won't have time to keep recruiting club members. I'll need to sell this by tomorrow at the latest. Sakashira Rina. It's time for revenge. The next morning, I've been standing by the school gate since early. Lost in thought and indecision. Head on, huh? It's not about positioning. Of course it isn't. They're probably telling me to lay out my true feelings or something like that. True feelings, huh? I don't want to die yet. And I don't want to be hospitalized either, so join the Kagakusha Toksu Bu. I can't say that. But still. I fell in love with you at first sight, so I want you to join. And they're telling me to give a proper reason. Isn't that practically a kokohaku? This is the way I can say it. Why can't I say it? Well, because I don't plan on dating her or anything. It'll be sad that Sakashira got the wrong idea about it too. I can't bring myself to be that cruel. And then I can't say my true feelings. But I guess I'll just have to ask her head on anyway. What's that supposed to mean? It's completely illogical. You could even call it incoherent. Still, While I was lost in thought, Sakashita Lina walked past me. I hurriedly chased after her. I haven't decided what to do yet. But if she's telling me to go head on. Sakashita-san.
あやちくん。ごめん。
In the middle of the stairs, by the way. Stairwell. Go in. For being so persistent. It's rather confusing coming out of nowhere like this. I'm sorry for bothering you. Demo. You're someone I need.
なんで？
Nande, you ask. Soraya. Straight ahead. Straight ahead. Because I fell in love with you at first sight. Soraya. You can't say that! I can't say it, but I want you to join the Kagaksobu. I really, really want you to join.
ごめんなさい。
Well, of course you would.
あやちくんの言ってること難しくて私にはよくわからない。
Go ahead. I'm so smart.
でも科学特捜部に入るのはいいよ。
As simple as that? As simple as that? What the fuck, guys? Didn't even try. Did we what? Huh? Huh?
いいよ。
Huh? 待って。どうして? Why would she join when she doesn't understand? Sakashita Lina. What a nerd are you thinking, really? I can't understand people's feelings. You don't understand other people's feelings. Someone once told me that. I wonder who it was. But really, does anyone out there actually understand such things? It's so mysterious and capricious.
それで私はどうしたらいいの？
No. I'll contact you again.
わかった。じゃあ。
I was completely lost. In the middle of the stairwell, by the way. Somehow, I got accepted.
どうしたの？脅したんじゃ。
I just asked normally. I guess normal people like things to be normal, huh? What the hell is this conclusion? Okay. Whatever, bro.
まあでもよかったじゃない。
Yeah, I guess so. It's just that not knowing her intentions leaves me feeling unsatisfied.
何よ目論みって。単に優しい子なんじゃないの？
No, I don't think there's anyone like that. No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't understand what Sakashita Lina was thinking. Maybe she's actually a bit of an oddball. It's those people with no obvious traits who often hide the most unexpected quirks. Well, at this point, whether she's an oddball or not doesn't matter much. Just one more to go. If it's just one more, I can handle it. I had a plan. Keikaku. The ones who gathered here so far are all girls. With that many, there's bound to be at least one guy with some perverted tendencies. I like how that's his. In my mind, I was designing a flyer to recruit him. Photos of Nishino, Takashita, and Katagiri were lined up. It looked like a flyer for some kind of club or bar. Even so, if I could lure in some guy, that'll be fine. After all, my life was on the line here. Got it. This is going to work. I guess I'll celebrate in advance. I caused trouble for Nita-san, so I'll contribute to her business too. A hamburger steak meal with oolong tea, and please add dessert.
公正だね。男の子はそうじゃなくっちゃ。よし、ドリンクとデザートはサービスだよ。
Man, I wish I had like a neighbor who does that for free. just like that, man. Then it's not worth anything.
そういえば、あれどうなったの？科学特捜部の部員を集めてるみたいだったでしょ？
I think I got it mostly figured out now.
なりそうってことはまだなんだ。
Well, not quite yet.
私参加しようか。
Huh?
科学とか数学とかそういう素養とか何もないけど、サークルとか特に何も入ってないし、足りてないなら参加するよ。
Bro. Please.
まずかった？今更かな。
Never mind. ありがとう。
いいえ。
I'm not sure, but we're all here now. どうして? Charisma. Let's just leave it at that. Huh? An invitation arrived on an SNS that I installed but never used. A group chat was created on the SNS. It was labeled as Kagaksha Tokso.
新田さんってお店やってるんですか？あ、そこ通ったことあるかも。
Why did they just create something like this? Ignoring me, the leader of it all, the girls were already getting along on their own. Half of them were just Katagiri, getting carried away by herself. I watched for a while, but I didn't type anything, but closed the app instead. This kind of thing is such a hassle. Human relationships are just annoying. I've been using my brain too much on weird stuff lately. Like figuring out how to recruit people for a club, or what they're thinking about. All these unproductive, meaningless things, with no trace of mystery in them. Baka-bakashi. Stress unrelated to the Susei no Byoki was making my head feel like it might explode. It was decided we'll meet in front of the club building at 4 p.m. tomorrow. Somehow, this girl named Arimura Romi seemed to be keeping track of my movements. If I gather the club members as promised and visit the club room, something should happen. If nothing happens, well, that's just how it goes. Matak. I wasted my time believing the words of someone I never even met before. There must have been other things I could have done instead. I ended up spending it on something strange. If falling in love at first sight is just an illusion, then my actions these past week must also be the result of some kind of tampering. A girl I never even met, Arimura Romi, is somehow going to solve a condition that even top-tier research teams can't handle. I've been putting this delusion on myself and trying not to think about the fundamental things as much as possible. But it was just an illusion. It's fine to work hard under the influence of an illusion, but I'd rather not die still under its spell. From here on out, I'll face reality. But I won't hold any expectations. That some girl named Arimura Romi, whom I never met before, is going to save my life with some brilliant method. It's an naive thought. In the end, I might just have to rely on that Oji-san again. I might have to leave this town. Did I leave anything undone? Arimura Kaori? Kurab? What the fuck? Huh?
君大丈夫かい？
あ
いや、電話に出ないから大丈夫ならいいんだ。Enjoy your time!
Oh, I was in the middle of searching something that it wasn't I. And then Oji-san just came in and caught me at the weird moment, if you know what I mean. Force Wizard time activated. Force Wizard time. 魔法使い。
晩ご飯はまだなんだろ？
はい。
出前でも取るか。うなぎでいいかい？遅ればせながら有村ロミの論文に一通り目を通したよ。
ああ。
それで君が彼女に肩入れする理由も分かった気がする。彼女は魂というものの存在を信じているんだね。魂というものの存在が提唱されてから10年以上になるけど、未だそれはオカルトの領域に足を突っ込んだままだ。何人もの研究者がその存在にアプローチを試みたが、未だ証明できた者はいない。君のお父さんがそうであったように。あるいは君はそれで
Oji-san. That's not important.
ああ、そうだね。ごめん。
It's all in the past now. As long as I'm safe, anything else is fine with me. Whether there's something called a tamashi or not.
そうだね。実にその通りだ。そして君は今夜もこうして息災だ。
The reason I'm betting on this person named Arimura Romi is something entirely different.
別の？
It's more like a hunch. Though it's not scientific, of
いや、
course.
大事だよ。予感も。そこにも何か科学的な根拠が働いているのかもしれない。
Maybe so. It's all in the past now. Thanks to a significant leap in computational power, brain functions were largely understood by the year 2010. 2010? 2010? Me in 2016 be like, what the fuck? However, even then, there remain several mysteries. What exactly the self originated and existed was unclear, even after the full picture of the brain had been revealed. And as brain functions were unraveled, they discovered a central part of the brain exhibited strange behavior. The brain was always communicating with something. At the deepest level of brain function, it received information from somewhere, and transmitted it to the body, a kind of conversion device. Sumari, the fundamental information that makes us who we are doesn't come from the brain itself, but rather from whatever it's communicating with. Could the brain be like a device that converts and transmits this information to our nerves? Something on the other side is giving commands to the brain. People call that something hamashi. But many Kagakusha tried to approach it, this hamashi, but they couldn't succeed. What exactly are our brains communicating with? Where do we, as beings, come from? Tamashi. It remains a mystery, like dark matter that only exists in theory. Asa, huh? I don't want to say something grandiose like the day of failure, but the outcome of today's events truly determine my ume. If I could meet Arimura Romi safely and receive a valuable advice, not only would I avoid a life in the byoin, but my future might even open up further. But if it didn't work out, well, I'll just have to live in seclusion under Oji-san's care for a while. I'll accept that as unavoidable. Still, I've been made to take a detour. Just for meeting one person. If I don't get anything useful out of this, I'll seriously be angry. Will everyone even show up for the meeting? I managed to get them to agree, but I'm not entirely convinced. Just to check in, I peeked inside the shop. Huh? It's not open. They should have already opened by this time. There was a sign saying closed today for emergency maintenance. Suddenly, I started feeling uneasy. I had breakfast in the cafeteria, and instead of going home after that, I killed time at the Toshokan and ate again in the cafeteria. Looking back, I was pretty restless, wandering around aimlessly. When the meeting time came, I headed to the club building, where the Kagakusha Tosokan club room is located. My brain is dying. Kagakusha is a researcher. Why is my brain dying? I arrived at the meeting spot 10 minutes early. No one was there yet. Maybe I came a little too soon. Five minutes later, still no sign of anyone. The meeting time arrived. 10 minutes pass. It's almost been an hour now. Well, I never expected anything from the start anyway. From the beginning, I never understood people's feelings. We're just whimsically going here and there. I don't expect anything from it, nor do I feel disappointed by it. I live my life thinking only of one truth beyond the sky. That's how I'll die too. Sayonara, you damn thing. I was hit in the back with a ridiculous amount of force. When I turned around, Nishino was there. What are you doing here?
何してるんだじゃないでしょ約束通り来たんでしょ
What do you mean, as promised? You're an hour late.
時間通りだよ
What? Frantically, I checked my ketai.
狂ってるんじゃないの
No, it's right, but Now it's 4 p.m. ちょっと. 3 o'clock? No, that can't be right. That's it. It was 4 p.m. I misunderstood and thought it was an hour earlier. What a mess. My mind has been racing so much that I've gotten the time wrong by an hour.
どうもお待たせ。
Nita-san, why are you here?
どうしてって何が？
Well, the shop's closed for emergency maintenance.
今日夜に家族が会いに来る予定だからこっちもあるし一日休みにしちゃったの。ちは
ー。Katagiri arrived as well. The only one left is Sakashita, I guess. She's the most worrisome of them all. Honestly, I'm not even sure why she agreed to this in the first place. Maybe she got annoyed with me pestering her and just said something off the cuff. Yeah, that's definitely that. I'm sure of it. She always seemed the type to avoid trouble at all costs. And here I am, risking my life. What a joke.
ごめん1分遅れて。
Oh.
はじめまして坂下イーナです。よかった。一人だけだったらどうしようかなって。
Damn it. I thought it was an L. It was Ida. Oh my god. Anyway. Wait a second. I just remembered. There's no L's in Japanese. Never mind. She probably felt relieved seeing that there were a few other girls here too. Depending on the situation, she might have prepared to be alone with just me. She's acting shy. Isn't she cute? I'm not sure, but am I falling for her at first sight? Am I? It doesn't feel like it. No, I am. If it weren't, the conditions wouldn't align. My Tenchi. Ina. I'll start calling her that in my heart. My angel, my angel, my angel. The fuck? Yeah, thanks for coming. I guess I was wrong to doubt you.
何を疑われたの？
You're the type to avoid trouble, Sakashida-san. I thought maybe you'd just say something off the cuff and not show up.
1分遅れただけでそんな疑いをかけられてたの？そもそもいつ私が事なかれ主義ってことになったの？
Just an impression.
印象？
Go in. Well, everyone's here now. Let's head inside. Are you ready?
はい。なんで中に入るのにあんな決意込めてるのかな。そう。
We've done what we needed to do. What's waiting for us? All that's left is to accept it.
ここが科学特捜部室？
She gazes at the Kagakta Oksobu. I thought we'll finally get to meet Arimura Romi, but it seems she still hasn't shown up even now. Hey, we're here like we promised. Is this enough? Just then, my ketai rang. It was Arimura Romi. Moshi moshi. We gathered them, just like you said. I've gathered them, just like you said.
お疲れ様です。
And that's all?
それだけとは。
Soredake. So, will this save me?
とりあえず。
Toriaizu? Wow. Hey, what's with that half-hearted
ハン
answer?
ズフリーにしてください。
Speakerphone? speakerphone. I raised both
貸
hands.
して。
Nishino took the ketai from my hand.
と
She fiddled with it and then placed it on the
聞
table.
こえていますでしょうか？
The girl's voice echoed from the ketai.
皆さん、このような怪しいクラブに参加していただきありがとうございます。
Ayashi Club.
私は有村ロミ。ここに科学特捜部を設立するよう彼、相内修太に提案したものです。皆さんがここに集まったのにはおそらく何か意味があります。そこに何かの因果が働いていると思います。科学特捜部への参加は皆さんにとっては何か有益なものが存在するでしょう。空いている時間だけで結構です。彼の科学特捜部の活動に関わっていただけますでしょうか。
Hey, she's been rambling on without asking. She hasn't even shown her face and she just keeps sprouting all this nonsense.
申し訳ないですが、私は人見知りです。
Ah. That's no reason.
人見知りならしょうがない。
There's nothing we can do? Shoganai? Hey, more importantly, I did what you said. Am I saved now?
助かる？何の話？
Oh yeah, he never told that part. Well,
そのことでしたら、最近体の調子はどうですか？
huh? Physical condition? Now that you mention it, そういえば. I was so desperate I hadn't really noticed, but the frequent dizziness and headaches have subsided recently. It wasn't like I was in a situation where I'd die tomorrow or anything. In short, it meant I was on the path to recovery. どうして? I haven't received any kind of treatment. What happened? What did you do to me?
少しは自分で考えてみてはどうでしょう。もう材料は出揃っているはずですよ。優等生の相内修太くん。
Huh?
街に明かりが灯るなら空に星が輝くことはない。
Nani?
じきに会うでしょう。
The line cut off. In the end, she didn't show herself again, leaving only more mysteries behind. She said the materials were already in place. Why don't you try thinking about it yourself for a bit? She really had some nerve, didn't she? Even without her saying that, I'll be thinking about it.
一人で実行モードに入ったみたいだけど。それで私たちはどうしよう。相内くん、おーい。相内くん。帰ろっか。そうだね。こんな時間だし、みんなで何か食べに行く？打ち上げっていうのも変だけど。いいね。いいお店あったかな。美味しいラーメン屋さんがあってね。
There's that setup.
見たくない。そんなの見たくない。
I had to remember there's that setup. Now that I think about it, I completely forgotten about the others. ところで, you guys, no one was there. They must have gone back. 帰る. I didn't feel like going home. I wanted to sort through all the things that had happened recently in my head. I rode my bike through the now completely darkened streets. After climbing a slope with only occasional streetlights, I reached the usual coin. No one would come to this place at this hour. I looked out over the cityscape from the railing. The streets were lit with countless lights. In contrast, the stars in the sky seemed to fade weakly into nothingness. And the streets are lit and the stars in the sky can't shine, or so it seems.
君はきっとここに来ると思っていたよ。
A voice came from very close by. Standing there, blown by the night breeze, a girl was there, with the cityscape stretching out below the hill as her backdrop. Seeing her like that, I shuddered. No way. Or maybe somewhere deep down, I had a feeling. Maybe even from the moment I read her thesis online, that she might be that person, Arimura Romi. Somewhere deep inside me, I thought it. That's why I decided to bet on her. The only person I've ever acknowledged defeat against.
久しぶりだね。
I can finally quit. I can finally go to sleep. We'll just finish the scene.
シュータ。
You. Uso. Himura. Akane. What's going on? Your name's different. Is this a pen name or something?
いや、今はちゃんと有村ロミだよ。いろいろあったんだ。7年もあれば、いろいろなことが変わってしまう。君もそうじゃないか。
Maybe, but even I haven't changed my name completely. Himura Akane. Her appearance hadn't changed much except for her hairstyle. She's always been on the shorter side, and it seemed that hadn't changed either. If she weren't wearing her uniform, I might have mistaken her for a elementary schooler. Sashiburi.
そうだね。あの旅行以来だね。
Ah, right. Sometime in the middle of my teens, I spent about 3 years in the Byoin for a certain reason. And during that time, I barely interacted with anyone except my doctor. In short, those 3 years were essentially a period of isolation from the outside world. While I was in the Byoin for several years, my friends from back then had probably forgotten all about me. Likewise, I couldn't recall most of their faces or names of my classmates either. But this one person was different. Himura Akane. I've never forgotten that name. For just one summer, she and I were close enough to call each other friends. That season, it had been stored deep in my heart, filled with both brilliance and an unfathomable sadness. I thought I'd never see her again. But she appeared, with the fate of my destiny in her grasp. Himura. Iya. Arimura Romi. Can you save me?
君に一つの仮説を授けることはできる。
Hypothesis.
私は魂の存在を信じている。そして水星病というのは脳そのものではなく、私たちの魂に何かが起こっているせいだと見ている。脳波を解析していくと、水星病患者のそれは 他の人のものよりも乱れ規則性を失っている。つまり多くのノイズが混じっているんだ。そのノイズが脳に負担をかけて最後には機能不全に陥らせている可能性がある。
However, what's causing the brain noise, the factor behind suisei byoki, isn't found in the brain itself. Then, where is it? In an unknown realm beyond the brain, it's in our tamashi. I know there's a hypothesis like that. Not just you, but a few others have proposed similar theories. Let's set aside debating the validity of that for now. What I want to know is, even if it's true, then what should we do about it?
魂というものが存在するという前提に立った上で、いくつか水性病患者に対して実績を上げている方法がある。
What?
何せ科学的論拠のない治療方法だからそうそう表に発表されているわけじゃないけどね。
What are those methods, Muraromi?
それは人との交流だよ。
Huh? What?
コミュニケーションだ。
Bro, just make friends. I don't get it. What does that have to do recovering from suisei no
ど
byoki?
うしてだろう。はっきりと分かっているわけじゃないんだ。さっき言ったように科学的な論拠がない仮説でしかない。これは私の推測だけどね。自我というのは結局それ自体で成立するものじゃない。他者との関わりの中で形を得て強固になっていくものだ。あるいは魂というもの自体がそういう性質を持っているのかもしれない。
This is what Romeo was trying to say. The true nature of the suisei no byoki is caused by interference from the elements of light on our tamashi, which are the core of our existence. And though through interaction with others, the self, or rather the tamashi, is strengthened and gains resistance against the suisei no byoki. It was an outrageous hypothesis, but I couldn't help but acknowledge that it had a certain level of credibility. Over the past few weeks, as I've been running around and struggling with what she was saying about interactions with others, my symptoms had indeed improved. According to her, it was because through communication with others, myself, or rather my tamashi, had been strengthened. Sumari, establishing a Kagaksha Tosaka Bu was part of my treatment. Interaction with others.
街に明かりを灯すんだよ。そうすれば夜空に星が輝くことはない。
Oh, I get now what the fuck she was trying to say with this line. Okay.
空からもたらされた彗星の光はその力を失うだろう。
Community, interactions, bonds, that sort of thing. I leaned against the railing unsteadily. Then, I looked up at the Yozora. This coin. It's in a weird spot, so not many people come here. That's why I often came here alone to think. What lies beyond that? Why am I here? And what's happening in the world? And those were the moments when I truly felt alive. If Rami's hypothesis was correct, then my way of being might even be a factor in worsening the suisei no byoki. When I think about the universe Uchu, myself dissolves into infinity and become one with the great mystery. That feeling, I liked it. Nah. Have you ever thought about it? If we could grasp the truth beyond that universe, even if it meant giving up myself or even the world itself. Have you ever thought that for even a moment?
一瞬ならあるかもしれない。
そっか。I've been thinking of it for a long time now. Ever since that moment, reaching out yet hesitating.
シュータ、君は
Yeah, it's fine. If I die, it'll all be for nothing. I'll do as you say. Let's extinguish the light of the stars and light up the town. And that'll help us move forward. I'll try doing as you say. Romy held out her hand. I took it in mine, that small hand. Was it the station front at night? We shook hands like this and parted ways, promising to meet again tomorrow. And then, we didn't see each other for 7 years. So, what about that club? Kagaku Tosuku Bu.
どうするって言わ
My
れて
brain
も
died, sorry.
私は関係ない。
That's not going to fly. You're practically the founder of it, you know.
創設したのは君だ。
I carried it out, but you were the one who proposed it. You're responsible for that.
そうなのかな。
Besides, what would have happened if I hadn't been able to establish the club?
どうしたもこうしたもなんとなく現れたんじゃないかな。見捨てるわけにもいかないし。
Hearing that, I feel both relieved. Unlike all my efforts were for nothing.
その苦労のおかげで君はこうして普通の生活が送れているのかもしれないんだよ。
Yeah, but I still don't feel satisfied. I don't like the feeling of being in her palm. Then there's that. Did it mean anything?
あれというと
The club members, the lowest performing one, and then the 4, who include the person I fell in love with at first sight. I was wondering if there was some kind of calculation behind it.
そんな大層なものはないよ。君は悪知恵は働きそうだから単純に4人集めろじゃ何か裏技を使ってくる気がしてね。条件付けをしたかっただけだよ。君と正反対のタイプの人間、君の好みの人間とバリエーションをつけたかったんだ。
There's some logic involved with what she said, so it makes sense to me. Anyway. So, it wasn't as thought out as you made it seem, huh?
ないよ。つまり君が人と交流するための方便なんだから。
Yeah, that's the point. That's considering his treatment was essentially interaction and communication. It has to be people he can jive with, people he normally wouldn't jive with, people he wouldn't probably interact with, but he thinks he likes or whatever. You know, all that shit.
別に私に複雑な打算がありようもないじゃないか。
Well, I guess so. But if you knew my situation and wanted to help, couldn't it have been simpler? That whole runabout. That's right. She didn't volunteer to get involved in this on her own. It was just that I happened to know Arimura Moromi. Found out she was in this Gakuen site for the exam results and tracked her down. If I hadn't cared about Arimura Romi, what would have happened? I might not have gotten involved with you, who changed your name.
それはそれだけさ。私は関与しなかったと思う。君はおじさんのチームを頼り活路を見出していたかもしれない。私だって君の命に関わる問題に自ら立候補する度胸はなかなかないし、それに本当に君に会っていいのか迷っていた。
そっか。So, you've been thinking a lot, huh? Impressive as always.
誰だっていろいろ考えて生きているよ。
Well, even I hadn't thought of Arimura Romi. You would have gotten involved somehow.
そうかな。
I think that's true.
ふーん。
That's just the kind of person you are. I remember it well. I have to call it in. It's almost 1 a.m.
はじめまして。
I gotta call it in. I had to call it in. Anyway, I hope you guys are watching, and I'll see you guys on the next upload. We're gonna be continuing this. I might actually finish. You know what? I'm finishing this shit. I rather finish this shit. As of the moment, I like it. So yeah. Anyway, I hope you guys are watching, and I'll see you guys on the next upload. Ciao.